And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second broadcast today. Welcome back to the 2025 GSL Season 2 Qualifier Part 2. I'm of course just VIP with you and joined by these amazing players and by the lovely people in the chat as well. Welcome one and all to the beginning of the end. We were live, of course, what, 6 hours ago? Technically, like 3 hours ago, four-ish hours ago we were live. We were casting the first part of the GSL qualifiers. Now we're here covering the second part, second of 3, as of course tomorrow we also have some more GSL qualifiers ahead of us. But this is not all that we have for you today. This is our second broadcast, so we have another broadcast in a couple of hours. In 5 hours time, DreamHack Dallas is upon us. So we do have a bit of a hard cutoff limit, but I believe we should be able to wrap this up before DreamHack Dallas does begin. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, puppy. Fingers crossed. But yes, we do have DreamHack Dallas coming up. Of course, we are going to be casting it here on the channel. We do have approval, I should say. We have approval to co-stream the event, so we can basically have like a viewer party, you know, watching and listening to the broadcast and restreaming it here and commenting over it as well. We do have permission to do that. But for the first 2 days, I believe, we are going to be casting as well. The plan is to cast the matches that are not being covered by the mainstream. So you're going to have the mainstream matches, and then we'll fight, and because there's so much happening at once and there's going to be so many matches, we will also be casting some of those other games here on the channel. So that is the plan, and again, that should be lasting around 12 or so hours. So yeah, it's gonna be a long one. Let's go, baby, let's go. But yes, it all begins here. It all begins first with the GSL qualifiers, and here we go. For those of you that were not here previously, we already had 6 qualifying matches conclude. 6 players have already qualified into the GSL, and now we are here to determine our next set of players. Up first, we have Solar versus Creator in a ZVP. This is in Group D, the final group here of the initial round of qualifiers. We are going to be wrapping up this group. It's going to be Solar, Creator, and GuMiho is waiting for the loser of this series. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on ley lines as we jump into our Zerg versus Protoss matchup. Qualifying match. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Al-Qadzia Esports. It is a Creator. Here we go again. We are back, and the pressure is on. Bearing in mind the Creator, he failed to qualify for Season 1 of GSL. He's one of the many. If you remember, we had players like Creator, players like Bunny, Shin, Zaun, some of the best players in the world. They did not qualify for GSL Season 1, and now they're looking for a second chance here to make it through into the next event, into GSL Season 2. We'll see if they can. As a reminder, of course, there is a lower bracket, so there is a little bit of a safety net underneath them. And another safety net as well, as there is a last chance qualifier that our players are also going to be able to access. For now though, do have our standard openers. When it comes to our initial ZVP, welcome to Ley Lines. Ley Lines is one of the more standard maps of the map pool. Not too large, not too small, right down the middle, just right. Likewise, when it comes to our players here, Solar has been relatively aggressive as of late. I say we've been seeing a lot of 3-base all-ins. We've been seeing a lot of 3-base play out of Solar, where he cuts workers at 66, does make a bunch of Hydras, does send it across the map. We'll keep an eye on his build of choice to see if he does go for a Hydra timing, as he's been very fond of it. But on a map like Ley Lines, he might be deterred. He might want to embrace a longer standard game instead. We'll see. Meanwhile, when it comes to Creator, I do paint Creator as the most defensive Korean Protoss player in South Korea, in the sense that he's not as aggressive as Hero and Classic. Which makes sense. Like, Hero and Classic can be very aggressive, very assertive, and very cheeky with their builds. Creator a little bit less so, but Creator, he has been actually poking out of his shell a little bit recently. We have been seeing more and more Glaive Adept play out of Creator, even mixing up his openers, going into Archon jobs, so going into DT based play as well. So Creator, he has been branching out, and we'll see how far he does branch out against Solar. For now, standard opener. Pylon has been thrown down, setting up for the Stargate. I would imagine. As Creator, he is set up. Likewise, Solar back at home. Hatch got spool, standard opener out of our Zerg player. does go for his initial save that opener, taking his third base. Tech of choice is thrown down, and oh, it's actually thrown down a little bit further back. Here it is at Twilight Council. I mean, hey, we just spoke about how Creator, he has been branching out as of late, mixing in Glaive Adepts, mixing in DTs, and this is an example of that. Not a Stargate, Twilight Council instead. Now, this could be one of two things. Typically, if he pulls out a gas, Glaives. Pulls out a gas, he's going to be going into Glaive Adepts. Otherwise, if he stays in, this looks like a Dark Shrine instead into a DT based opener. We'll keep an eye on the Creator as he does pull out. Okay, we have confirmation. So he pulls out 1 and 1. So we have 4 workers in total, 2 for each gas geyser. Mining gas. This should be for Glaives, should be for our upgrade. And there it is. Glaives are now on the way. So Glaive it up here from Creator should be 4 gate Glaives into an expansion. Bearing in mind, this is not an all-in. Now, there are all-in variations. If he had stayed in gas, then he could throw down 6 gateways. But because he pulled out, it's only going to be 4. This is designed to get some damage done, to apply pressure, to get some worker kills, and take a lead, getting into a longer game, getting into an expansion. As you can see here, 3 gates are on the way. 1 is already done, so 4 gate in total. So again, not an all-in, and Solar, it's going to be in him to determine what's going on. The Overlord Scout is denied by the Stalker. This is already very suspicious. This should force Solar to play safe. It could still be a Stargate. It could still be an Oracle with a fake-out Stalker, or it could be real. There it is. 4 minutes. 4-minute Roach Warren out of Solar, so it's playing very safe. He respects the fact that he cannot scout, so that something weird is going on, or something weird might be going on, so he goes for the early Roach Warren just to be safe, just to be secure. So safe response here by Solar. Adepts are spotted. Solar more or less aware of what's going on, as that's a lot of Adepts. And the Prism is spotted as well. So Solar knows. I mean, technically this could also be Glaive Adept plus DTs. That is viable as we pull back into gas. Interesting. So Solar back at home. Spores. Spores are on the way. He doesn't know if there are DTs. They could be a Dark Shrine. They could not be. So Spores on the way. Likewise, Stalker is looking somewhat exposed, but Solar, he does back off. Adepts are moving in. Again, we can warp in at 4 Adepts at a time. SimCity is not here. The wall is open. But 6 roaches are on the way. It's going to be on Solar to buy time for those roaches. As Creator, he does not commit. And Creator expands. As we mentioned, again, this is not an all-in. He is applying pressure. He is expanding, getting a third base. And Creator, he does race back. So Adepts, they can one-shot workers, so they can threaten the mineral line. They're keeping Solar busy. Solar is now droning. Solar, he knows he's safe, and the game will continue. Okay, we have some StarCraft. The game does continue now. From here, Creator is behind. Creator, this was a big commitment going into Glaive Adepts, and he didn't have to end the game, but he did have to get some damage. He had to trade and get some drone kills and deal some economic damage. The fact that he didn't, the fact that he failed to, is concerning. He gets 1 drone kill towards the end, but Solar, he's breaking out. He's moving out across the map. Now, Solar is droning, he's saturating, but he is moving out, and he can get quite a bit done here, but never mind. We got shield batteries, we have sentries, we have an immortal. Creator, he's perfectly safe and sound, and Solar, he backs off. So he pokes in, he pokes out. Solar just posturing. The game does continue, and I'm liking Solar's position here. Getting his lair, Eva Chamber +1, taking his gases. Creator, he does move out. Solar does spot this. Oh, does spot the move out. Solar morphing in some Ravagers as a response. Creator catching out some Lings. Not bad. The Lings are shaved off. Behind this, Creator, he's taking, going for a Bay, going for Colossus. Lings, they do go for a run by, but last Creator, he does have a warping back at home. Creator, he will defend. Likewise, he does poke in. As he does poke in, rotating over. Does threaten the army. Pushing into the main. And again, Creator, he has no intention of committing up the ramp. He's only here to harass. Only here to harass and force out units from Solar. Stop him from droning. He has done a decent amount of damage. And when it comes to forcing out units. Again, Creator, he still needs more time. Building up his Colossus. Meanwhile, Hive is on the way for Solar. Getting ready for Lurker Tech, for Viper Tech as well. Oh. Nice catch. Creator getting a couple of drone kills. I say a couple workers they transfer in. Yeah, they do transfer at the same time. We do force a recall. Creator's main army does get called out. Recalls back into the main. But again, Creator should have plenty at the third. As he has his Stalkers. Likewise, as Upside do move in. Oh, getting another couple of drones. How many in total here? 10, not bad. 10 workers for only 3 adepts and 1 sentry. Nice trades here from Creator. And again, he's been building up that main army. Now, we are on a bit of the timer here. Solar, he is banking up. He's getting up into 80 workers, taking up into Hive, taking up into Lurkers. He's gonna be going into Hydra Lurker Viper. Solar needs a little bit more time. Meanwhile, Creator, he's here to break Solar before Lurker Tech. But he only has 1 Colossus. I'm not sure if that's enough. There you go, Lurkers now morphing in. There's 5 Lurkers on the way. But Creator's pushing in here and now. He's here to end the game. Lings, they catch out one of the sentries. Second sentry goes down. No more force fields. Yeah, no force fields, but the army does push in. Prism is safe. Files do not connect, and it looks like we are breaking through the Lurkers and not here in time. There is detection. There's 4 Lurkers moving in, but there's not enough Zerg. There's not enough Zerg here. The Lurkers are going down. 3 Lurkers left. Only 3. Can he break through? For now, getting top of the base, getting top of the expansion. Ravagers are going down. Yeah, this Death Wall of an army from Creator, he does break through, takes down the expansion. Again, only 3 Lurkers. Creator, he can break this. He's so close. But he doesn't know what he's moving into. Now he does. Oh, takes down 1, takes down 2. There's 1 left. Oh, sorry, 2 left. And now 1 Lurker remaining. And again, 1 Lurker is not good enough. Once again, targeted down. 0 Lurkers left. And Creator, he's done it. He's broken the base, broken the army. 1 Lurker waddling in. And we spoke about a Creator. He was on a timer. There was a window where he had to break his opponent. He pulled it off. Pulled it off. He squeezed through that window. He was able to break on in. There it is, the final Lurker. Ooh, barely goes down. And without Lurkers, there's no defense. There's no way to hold on. The Viper, I mean, it helps take down 1 Colossus. Finally, 1 Colossus goes down. But there's still 1 more left. GG gets called, and Creator, he breaks on through. He takes game number 1, a lead in the series. Whew, GG. Creator takes the lead. Again, a very careful play there by Creator. Really safe as well. Creator, even though he opened up with 4 gate glaives, he didn't get any damage, and I was concerned. I was concerned by the lack of damage of Creator, but we did mention at the time that Creator was doing a great job at posturing, at forcing Solar to make units, at forcing him not to drone, not to tech, but also he was able to get some damage eventually. 10 drones. 10 drones over the course of the game was a nice amount of damage. And again, Creator, he couldn't really scale too well into a longer game, so he had to go. He had to go then and there, go for the all-in, go and strike Solar before Lurkers, and did break through just in time. GG. GG, well played with that. Creator takes the lead, and now we are jumping to game number 2. We'll see if Solar can recover, bounce back and force the ace match, or if Creator can qualify for season 2 of GSL. Let's go. Let us go. As we are jumping into our next game. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our red Zerg player from South Korea representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can force that ace match. It is a Solar. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Al-Qadzia Esports. It is a Creator. Thank you so much for all the kind words in the chat as well. I appreciate it. I know it's going to be a big day for us. It's going to be a very busy day for us, and I mean busy weekend more than anything. But thank you. I appreciate it. Hot 386 in the chat. Senju, Noam Chomsky as well. No screen. Thank you. Share, man. Share. Do appreciate it. Classic. As hold on, I'm just setting up the stream title on YouTube. Hold on. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, as we are setting in, so far, hatch gas full, standard opener out of Solar. Likewise, we have our own gate expand. Thank you, thank you. Okay, we'll do our best to make it through the weekend. I did order some food, so we should have plenty to sustain ourselves throughout the weekend. Likewise, I have my tea ready. Good to go. So far, we are settling in. And thankfully as well, we should be having like a short break in between casts. I mean, I need that break to set up the stream and set up all the overlays. There should be like maybe an hour break in between GSL and DreamHack. But we'll see. We'll see. See how things do progress. If we get a bunch of ace matches then add it, then I don't know. But now Solo going for his third. Likewise, Creator setting up on 2 bases. We have our takeovers once again. Twilight Council. I mean, the last game was honestly, it must have been a good feeling here for Creator. It does bode well for him, I should say, considering that he did not get any damage with his Glaive Adepts. Remember, the initial Glaive Adept timing got 0 damage, technically, as in it killed no drones. Did force a reaction, that is true. But why not do it again? Okay, sure. Twilight Council's on the way. Now, we can still pull out. Yeah, there we go. He does pull out a gas, so 4 gate Glaives. Same build, same opener, 2 games in a row out of Creator. And we'll see if he's as successful. We'll see if he's even more successful. As Creator does pull away. And this is kind of like the mantra that you want to go be, or that we're kind of adopting here. The idea that, you know, what are the odds that my opponent believes that I'm crazy enough to do the same thing 2 games in a row? And Solar likewise. He's like, he's not crazy enough to do it 2 games in a row, right? Like, is he? He is. That's a ay. He's crazy, man. So once again, 4 gate Glaives. Now we're going to be reaching the 4-minute mark. We'll see if Solar does respond with a, yep, there we go. Roach Warren is on the way. This time a little bit earlier, 3:48 Roach Warren timing. So a bit of an earlier Roach Warren. Solar once again playing it safe. Now, what I will say very quickly here, there is a big difference between Ley Lines and Ultra Love, and that is the rush distance spike round. Solar, after he defends against this, if he doesn't take much damage, even without Roach Speed, he can counterattack. He can counterattack and he can punish and he can try to contain Creator on 2 bases. That's a big difference here. The fact that the slow Roach army of Solar is going to be more threatening here compared to Ley Lines. So that is a concern. Adepts are moving out. Prism has arrived. Link production has begun here for Solar. Does break in. And the wall is solid. Creator does wall behind it. And Epsay threatening to dive. So far, they shave off a couple of Lings. Nothing crazy. Going for the Queens. No transfuse. Oh, the Queen barely does not go down. And Queen does survive. Likewise, Lings across the map. They did kill that Stalker. Adepts warping into the main. This time Creator is committing a little bit harder. Does spot the army. Creator shading in. Okay, now is the time to lock in for Creator. As he does catch a couple of reinforcing roaches. Is getting some damage. But you see in the production tab, more Lings, more roaches on the way. Solar, he's not droning. And I believe he will be counterattacking. As Creator shaves off more Lings. Immortal production has begun. Creator staying on 2 bases a little bit longer. Now looking to expand. Nope. Is denied. Clutch transfuse. Adepts say race back home. Creator just trying to keep Solar busy. And Creator, he is just now expanding. Again, a little bit of a later expansion. Here come the Lings. Here comes a counterattack. Roach is being kept at home. Lings, they will strike. They do come in for the surround. Getting himself the adepts. One of it does full. There's no expanding. Yeah, there's no expanding here. The third base is denied. As you mentioned, I mean, this is less successful this time for Creator. Does get into the mineral line though. It's a drone. As I say, one gets 8 drones. Okay. Takes on 8 workers. That's decent damage. But Creator, he needs that expansion. Back at home, where's the army? Solo panicking a little bit here. Just not pulling back. Oh, the drones there, yeah, they were hooked with the army. So a little bit of miss micro there from a Solar, a bit of mistake. They were a part of the army control group. Now going back to mining. Lost mining time there for Solar. Solar getting stressed out. Creator back at home, he's expanding. He's expanding, still warping in more depths. Meanwhile, Solar, he's getting into roach speed. He isn't moving out yet, but he's building up, and he's not droning. That's what's important here. Looking at the production tab, I mean, Solar, he was a little bit supply blocked, but he is not droning up. He's making more lings, more roaches, more ravagers. And welcome to Ultra Love. It's not about droning, not on this map. Adepse drew threat in the shade. He does commit into the natural. Adepse going in at the same time. Massive warp in. Where are the vials? They're not here. Yeah, they're not here at the same time. Lings, they bust into the main. They bust into naturals. All probes are going to be going down. We're going for a base trade. Yeah, workers are falling left and right. Meanwhile, Creator, he does have the high ground. I want to say the Creator can take this fight, but it's going to be closer. Just so many roaches. Nice control. Nice juggling. Creator, he does cut back, but back at home, he's losing everything. Yeah, late reaction. Late warp in. And Solo holds. So he's holding on. Oh, I say that, never mind the roaches, Jesus. They do a lot here. I think a lot of extra DPS. Nice control. Yeah, delicate micro there from Creator, but alas, there are just too many roaches. Creator, he's forced back, and Lings, they're still wreaking havoc, and this Ling run by has just one solo of the game. Creator, he's on 3 bases, but he has no economy. He has lost so many workers, I'm afraid to look how many. 41 probes have gone down. The Lings popped off. And Creator has nothing left. He has nothing left. If it wasn't about Ling run by, with his reinforcements, he would have been able to break through. I mean, it would have been close. Would have been close there. But last Creator down to 17 probes. 1 base saturation. Not even 1 base saturation. As he rotates back over. And GG gets called. There's just nothing left here for Creator. And Solar, he will tie up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. We are going to game 3, and again, it was bold of Creator to go for the same build 2 games in a row, as we saw, especially on Ultra Love. Solar, the counterattack potential was there, was a lot more accessible, and we saw that he was able to cancel the third base the first time, delayed even further, and of course, he was able to snipe the probe first, then cancel the third base, and then of course pop over that Ling run by as well. Like the counterattacks, the Ling run bys from Solar were the MVPs in that game. They made sure that Creator, he was not stable back at home. He had to waste warpins back at home as well, and even then he was just losing far too much. GG well played. We're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. Jumping into that ace match. And spawning in the top right hand corner. In the top right hand corner here of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons, tying up the series and forcing the ace match. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player from South Korea representing Al-Qadzia Esports, being forced into game 3. It is a Creator. Are you planning to sleep in the next few days? Only a little bit. Only a little bit, Pappy. We'll be fine. We don't have time to sleep. We only have time for StarCraft. Let's go. Let's go. Salt on some oolong tea. Let's go. Want to see some Lambo games if you can. That all depends on what other people are casting. Basically, we do not have permission to cover, in regards to the open stage and the open bracket, we don't have permission to cast what the mainstream is casting. So if the mainstream are covering like Maru's games or Lambo's games or Cyril's games or whoever they decide to follow, we will not be able to do that or cover that. We'll be branching out and covering whatever is not on the mainstream. I haven't checked the schedule yet, so I don't know. I would imagine that like maybe one group is played at a time, or maybe two groups played at a time, and have to double check the schedule. But we'll be getting into that later. Like after we wrap up the GSL broadcast, then we'll have a look at the groups, we'll have a look at the scheduling, and we'll try to figure out where we want to go. So we'll see. We shall see. What I can guarantee though is there's going to be a lot of amazing games, because again, if you know the participants table, like the amount of players, the caliber of players in the open stage is insane. So I don't think there's going to be a wrong answer. It's going to be a lot of good games, a lot of good matches. We'll do what we can. For now though, we're getting into the ace match. For now, we're settling in. We do have our initial openers. Solo Force take the unnatural natural, and welcome one and all to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger, more defensive macro maps in the map pool. I would expect a creator not to go into Glaives again. I don't like the idea of doing it 3 games in a row. Based on the placement, it looks like a Stargate. There we go, Stargate for creator. For the first time this series. Again, creator, he doesn't have to go Glaives, doesn't have to be aggressive. I would have preferred this last game as well, to be honest, but it's okay. We're going for this on Tokamak. And this is where creator is going to be a little bit more comfortable getting into a longer game, getting into a 3 and 4 base setup. Likewise, we'll see if Solar is cheeky himself. Does he want to embrace a long macro game against creator of all players? Does he want to try to end it early? Does he want to be more aggressive? We shall see. So now it is going to be the initial Oracle opener at a creator, double adept in between the bases. Will threaten a dive. Doesn't quite commit. And from here we should just be building up. The first Oracle moves out, so creator is getting in position to expand. And when it comes to our tech of choice, we're keeping an eye on a couple of different things. We're looking for Solar's Roach Warren timing, we're looking for Solar's Evo Chamber timing, and his Lair timing as well, to give us an idea of where Solar is taking us. You know, there's that third base on the way. So creator, he is expanding. Well, likewise, does poke in, does confirm. Again, this time there's no early Roach Warren out of Solar. He knows he's safe. Twilight Council on the way alongside a Forge. This tells us +1 and Blink. Should be +1 and Blink Stalker out of creator. Settling into a standard game. From here, we can build up, get into 3 bases, work towards a 4th base, get into Blink Stalkers. Our next big sign for creator is keeping an eye on his gateway counts and keeping an eye on his gases. Oh. If he takes extra gases, he's going to be taking up in towards either Storm or Colossus. If he doesn't take his gases, then he might commit into 3 base play. So keep an eye on creator. Likewise, yep, there are the upgrades, +1 and Blink. Meanwhile, safety Roach Warren out of Solar. Okay, so he does not go Eva Chamber first. Solar is playing it safe. If he wanted to go into Ling Hydra, then we'd see an Eva Chamber and +1 melee. The Roach Warren might just be for safety. He might just avoid Roach production entirely and go for a later Eva Chamber. We'll keep an eye on him. Oracle's 8+ into the natural. 2, 3 drones going down, not bad. Lings, they do counterattack, but alas, Creator, he should get away in time. Up, losing 1 adept. Just the 1. He does get away. Behind this, throwing down a Robo. Still saturating. Again, we're waiting for our gases here at the 3rd. But there's no crazy gateway explosion, so we should be taking up. And there we go. There are the gases. Gas is being taken, so Creator should soon be looking towards a 4th base. Once again, Solar being active, being aggressive, and oh my god, we're going for an all-in! Okay. Roach production has begun. We have Roach speed on the way, but that's not the sign. The tell is Overlord speed. Overlord speed is a rare sight here in this matchup. You don't get it for scouting. You can scout without it, so this should be for Drop Lord play. For, I would imagine, a Ling, Roach, Queen all-in across the map. We are saturating on 3 bases. We have 66 workers. That is 3 base saturation. 4th base just for Larva. And Solar, he is going to commit. We are waiting for those Dropper Lords. Oh boy. Creator, he has no idea. Creator, he is somewhat being active. He's taking up into a Bay, into a 2nd Robo, into Colossus production. But Creator, he's expanding. He needs an army right now. He needs shield batteries. Shield batteries, cannons. He needs to get ready, but he doesn't know what he doesn't know what he needs. Doesn't know how much danger he's in. Creator poking forward. Overlords are moving out. Here come the Drop Lords, as we mentioned. Drop Lord on the way here at the natural. Oh, the hallucination does spot it. He knows. Yeah, now he realizes now he should be backing off. Back at him. Shield batteries are on the way. He's getting 1. We need more. We need more than that. No. Getting up to 2 shield batteries so far. He's got that 1 cannon. Warping in Sentries, warping in Immortals. There we go. Now, yeah, he recognized. He recognizes how much danger he's in. As Drop Lords, they are still morphing in. They're continuing. So it looks like Solar, as he pushes into the 3rd base, is going for a Ling drop into the main. Stasis Trap slowing down the army. Creator trying to engage ahead of time, picking off whatever he can. Up! Stasis is baited out. Creator picks up a couple of Roaches. Not bad. Not a bad start. Colossus and Disruptors are on the way. Ling drop into the main. Solar, he is moving in. So far, Creator kiting well, but is he ready in that main base? Likewise, yeah, the 4th is cancelled. The 4th is cancelled. There's no saving it. There are units in the main. Takes out, oh no! The Medivac! Oh, takes out a full Drop Lord. Not bad. Nice snipe there. Nice defense from Creator. He's holding on. Meanwhile, Solo going right down mid, at least trying to. Creator trading well, pulling back. Meanwhile, the Queens are spreading creep. And Solar, he drones. Solar, he just now starts droning. This droning is late for Solar. Solar, he has realized, he has recognized he's not going to do this. He realized that he cannot break Creator. He doesn't have enough. Solar, he loses confidence. And now he's droning. Now we start plus 1 range at 9 minutes. Plus 1 range has begun. Hydra Den, Lurker Den, Hive is on the way. Solar, he's now trying to transition out of this. But he committed so hard. And he did not do enough damage. He killed a pylon. He denied a base. He's somewhat... Look at the efficiency. That's crazy. He killed 1 Stalker. No shot. He killed 2 Stalkers and 2 Adepts and 1 pylon for 87 Lings and 10 Roaches. That's crazy. That's actually... I knew Creator was trading well, but that's insane. Oh my god. And, I mean... This paints a picture. This is... Creator, he trades well, to say the least. He killed 100 Lings. Killed 100 Lings. Solar, he's backing up. For Solar, again, he's trying to transition to a longer, later game, but this is all late for Solar. He is so late. And Creator, he's here to end it. He's here to end the game. Creator, he lost 2 Stalkers and 2 Adepts. And 1 of them died at the start of the game. Bear that in mind. That's crazy. And here we go. There's nothing left. And we do have some Lurkers on the way. True. Lair Tech Lurkers. They're morphing in. Okay. Solar, he can hold. He can hold with this. That's a lot of Lurkers. Detection is available. Nice dodge of the vials. Now, these Lurkers aren't ideal. They don't have a lot of range, but they can hold the line. Right now, the win condition for Solo is just Turtle. Just Turtle up. Turtle and defend. Nova's going up. Nice connections. At the same time, Lings, they do hit the left-hand side. Creator, he's maxed out. Solo, he's in a little trouble, but he can try to survive here. He's not quite in position. Yeah, Solo's too far back. He cannot save the base. He has to move forward. Shows those Novas. Novas are ready. First two Novas going up. Ooh, brutal connections. Take down two Lurkers. The base goes down. And Solar, he cannot keep up. Like, the Lurkers, they're buying some time. They're stopping Creator from advancing. But, oh, God, they don't really stop him. Oh, God, they're not stopping him. It's not working. Takes down two more Lurkers. And Creator taking it slow. Does poke in. Nova going up. Ooh, connects with the Lurker. Yeah, and he will overwhelm. Nice abductions. Nice blinding clouds as well. Solar fighting as best he can here. Blinding cloud abducts. But it's still too much. It's still too much. Every Lurker does fall. And Creator, he failed to qualify in Season 1, but Creator, he will qualify for GSL Season 2. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, Creator. He will qualify for this season of GSL. Last season, he had a really rough time. He did not make it into the main event. This time, he will. Congratulations. Congratulations here to Creator. He will advance on over his opponent, over Solar. Big win for Creator. And Solar, he is knocked down to the lower bracket for another chance to qualify. GG. GG, well played. Again, Creator, when it comes to this series, he had a really interesting Game 1 and Game 2 going into Clay of Depths. I was most impressed by Game 1. Game 1, the fact that Creator didn't really kill many workers, but was able to pull off the transition, the follow-up anyway, was very impressive. If you remember, Game 1 was Creator failing to get too much damage done with his Glaive of Depths, but turning that into a 3-base all-in where he was able to break Solar just before Lurker Tech, just before Hive Tech as well. It was a very clutch Game 1. Game 2 was Solar punishing Creator for going for the same build 2 games in a row, especially on a smaller map. Solar, he was just all over Creator in Game 2. Game 3, we mentioned how, hey, welcome to Tokamak. It's a longer map, it's a larger map, it's a macro map. It is easier to defend on 4 bases. We stand by that, and it shows here as well. It was difficult for Solar to push in and to commit to the all-in. There are just so many points of elevation, so many ramps, so many choke points on Tokamak. The map was working against Solar. Likewise, Creator, he thankfully did recognize in time. I was concerned, but if you remember, at a certain point, he was able to scout the Dropper Lords, and he saw the roaches, he saw lack of drones, and he backed off and threw down a wall of shield batteries. Threw down a wall of shield batteries. Not just that, he had Stalkers ready in the main. Very impressive. He had Stalkers ready in the main base, so the Link drop did nothing, and Solar, he just fell apart. He fell apart then and there. Again, a very impressive defense there by Creator. And with that, GG. GG, well played. With that, Creator, he does qualify. And up next, we have our next series, our next best of 3. It is going to be a best of 3 between Solar and GuMiho. As Solar, he does have another chance to qualify. He's going to be going up against GuMiho to do so, though. Oh boy. So this is Solar's second chance. Meanwhile, GuMiho has been lying in wait, waiting for the loser of that series. As we have our next qualifying match. Game 1, Ley Lines. Let's go. And sporting in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Seoul Esports. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. This is his second chance to qualify representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. Fourth base, Rover Bay. I mean, thankfully, Creator did cancel, right? Wait, I should wind it back. But Creator, he did cancel the 4th base, which was, I mean, crucial when it comes to just preserving resources and having money to be able to afford shield batteries. Meanwhile, Proxy 2 racks. Proxy 3 racks. Oh my god. GuMiho, calm down. We have 3 SMEs moving out. We have a 3-rack setup here outside of the natural. And GuMiho, he is going to commit into his Proxy 3 racks bunker rush. And for the time being, Solar is in the dark. For the time being, Solar, he does move out with his first Overlord. His second Overlord is rallied here to his natural. So Solar, he will not see this ahead of time, but he will see the bunkers as they move into the natural. Oh, Does re-rally. Okay. Does re-rally, does go further out. So Solar, he will find this, he will scout this. And we'll see if GuMiho can pull this off regardless. Oh boy. Now, what's interesting to me here is that this isn't a hidden proxy 3 racks. Typically, if you know anything about proxies, you only throw down 2 together and you hide the third one to try to make it look like you're going for a proxy 2 racks instead, and try to force your opponent to overreact or to underreact and to just misinterpret what's going on. Oh, speaking of, the Overlord doesn't go all the way. It's going to be zoned back. So far, 2 SCVs are revealed. The third SCV is now moving in and will be spotted by the Overlord. Now he knows. Solar, he sees all 3 SCVs. He attempts to pull a couple of boys. Going to be forced back. All the boys are being pulled. And can he stop this? Spine Caller's on the way. Does surround the first SCV. And that bunker is going to be denied. Likewise, Solar trying to come in for the surround. Oh! Trying to bait the army in. Again, very delicate micro here. The bunker is cancelled. Nice pickup. Bunker's being rebuilt, but so far, Solar buying a lot of time. He's buying so much time. Lings have arrived, and he can surround. Yeah, he's coming in. He's coming in for the surround. Nice movement here by Solar. Does lock down the Marines. Oh, but they do slip away. They do slip away. And Marines, they maintain themselves. The bunker is still in production. There's 1 SCV left, but the Spine Cooler's done. The Spine Cooler has completed, and Solar holds. Solar holds. He shuts down the all-in. Solar, he bleeds out 5 workers. That's okay damage to Solar. He's perfectly fine for that. He's perfectly fine trading 5 workers for this defense. GuMiho back at home, expanding. GuMiho is forced to expand. Second Spine Cooler's on the way. Solar, he realizes he doesn't need it. Solar poked in. He saw the CC. He's like, okay, you're backing off. You're transitioning out of this. You're not going all in. And now we can embrace a longer game. Whew, okay. Aye. We can take a moment. We can take a breath. So GuMiho is still poking in. Oh! Still poking forward. Trying to pick up whatever he can. Behind this, we should have our factory soon on the way, as he's still making more Marines. And I mean, what he's achieving here, he isn't really picking anything off, but he is containing, right? He's containing Solar, keeping on 2 bases, denying any kind of third, denying any kind of Ling run by. As gases are finishing up, natural base is finishing as well. Again, still just a very tense moment here. Solar is making so many Lings behind this. 10 Lings on the way. But Solar, he's not droning. Like, he's not droning, he's not taking gas. Like, he's Jesus. He's only got 9 workers in the main. Now he's droning up a little bit. GuMiho is now floating back home. He's floating back. Lings, they confirm. Oh! GuMiho commits. Takes out an Overlord. Nice knife. Losing 4 Marines so far. But does knife the Overlord. Oh! Going in. Wants a Queen. Doesn't quite get it. GuMiho bleeding out a lot of Marines in the process. Yeah, this is not it. GuMiho is going to get surrounded. Decent stutters having, but Solar, he will clean this up, taking down every single Marine. And back at home, there is nothing to defend. Remember how late the factory? There's nothing. There's no factory. There's no Hellion. The natural base is evacuated. There's no Marines because the production is floating. And GuMiho, he will lose everything. And Solar, he might just walk in and kill. There is going to be a wall. At least someone. Oh, God. Jesus. There is a wall. There's 1 Marine. 1 Marine made it home. But last Lings are going to knock this down. The Hellion only just began. Again, there is 0 army units outside of this Marine. As the wall does buy some time, don't get me wrong. eBay is complete. It is being repaired. Boys are being pulled. And GuMiho, he's holding. Okay. Jesus. That was so close. If these Raxes had landed like 1 second later, that could have been game then and there. That was crazy. But alas, GuMiho, he does wall off in time. He does repair. The Hellion has arrived and GuMiho holds. That's crazy. Oh my God. The one-man army. Unironically, the 1 Marine held. He's crazy. He survived against the swarm. Someone promote this man. Oh my god. GuMiho, he recruited Gabe, the hero marine. Jesus. With that, third CC is done, by the way. GuMiho double expanded, so he's got a third CC. He's making 3 workers at a time. He's got triple mule production as well. He's got plenty of mules. GuMiho's not looking too bad. Not looking too bad at all. Okay, from here, Solar, he expands. He's going to be saturating his third base. Lair is on the way. Let's keep him here dropping into the main. Oh. I'll send to drop in. Again, he's forcing out roaches. It is going to be a roach follow-up here out of Solar. GuMiho, he's yet to confirm. As the roach one is behind the natural. The roaches are building up. Now, we can see that GuMiho is making Hellions. He's not getting into any kind of tank production. So, right now, GuMiho is vulnerable to something like Roach Ravager. Assuming Solar cuts workers, as once again, Solar gets supply blocked. Solar cutting workers at 64. Solar is going to expand, getting another base. But my question is, does he drone or does he commit? Does he just make nothing but Roach Ravager? Does he double down? GuMiho is still being active. I don't think GuMiho has seen the roaches yet. Don't think he's fully aware. If he were, I don't think he'd be this aggressive. Yeah, going for a Hellbat follow-up. But Solar should be fine. He's got plenty of roaches. Spinecrawler repositions. Roaches moving in. GuMiho now aware. Spots the army. Has to get the hell out of here. He cannot fight this. Has to pull away. Bleeds out Hellbats. Dusts him back. And he has to make a stand. Oh! Yeah, he has to turn and fight. The Wilds. Ooh. Don't connect. Likewise, Lings, they do counterattack. They do catch reinforcements. Solar moving in. GuMiho, he doesn't have anything to defend against this. He has no bunkers. He has no tanks. He was not expecting roaches. Again, he didn't see them until he pushed out. Tank production has begun. GuMiho getting to his tanks. GuMiho poking in. Likewise, Solar just forcing his way through, zoning back the army. And GuMiho just can't engage. Very nice force too. Bleeding out a lot of Marines. Trying to get on top of those Ravagers. Yeah, and GuMiho just running out of steam, running out of army. Solar, he will overwhelm. At the same time, GuMiho just drop into the middle. That Hellbats does go for the Hellbat drop. Gets some economic damage. But Solar doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's just pushing in. Going for the wall. Denies combat shields. And GuMiho is contained. He's contained on 2 bases. Likewise, tank is repositioning. Solar, he doesn't get on top of the tank. Upgrades are going to finish. Solar still just containing. Behind this, droning up. Getting a 4th base. Hive is on the way. Baneliness as well. Solar transitioning out of this into Lingbane Roach Ravager. He's getting out of here. And yeah, GuMiho is just in a rough position here. He's just stuck on 2 bases. He's going for drop play, which can buy some time, but he has to buy so much time. Going for a Doom drop even. Okay, let's go. Does head into the main. Scans at a time, nothing in the main base. Solar out of position. Does drop in. Catching out a couple of workers. And a couple of drones going down. Nothing major. Nothing yet. Oh, but he will force a cancel. Okay. Takes down a couple of workers. Cancels the base. Not bad. Like, this is nice damage, but Solo's about to max. Solo, he's still on 4 bases compared to the 2 base setup here of GuMiho. GuMiho does retake his 3rd. But GuMiho is not built up for this. Not against League main Roach Ravager with Vipers. Viper production has begun. Ultra Caverns on the way. We are missing Bailing Speed, but there we go. Bailing Speed has begun. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Takes down another expansion. Solo catching reinforcements. GuMiho once again dropping in the main. GuMiho has been so persistent with this. So annoying. Going back in. I mean, hey, he's punishing the lack of anti-air. But that's what the Vipers are for. And dropping back over into the 3rd. Just going back and forth. Nice target firing on the Bailing. Catching out more Lings. Oh, got the Wilds. Wilds reconnect. And again, this is great and all, but like, GuMiho, he still doesn't really have much saturation. He's just transferring over. Looks like he did lose some workers here in the process. Dueling run by. GuMiho's moving out. Oh. Let's move out to spread. Yeah, there's just nothing really here. There's 1 tank remaining for GuMiho, sorry, 2 tanks even. He spreads well, but the numbers just pale in comparison to what Solo has. Solo close to maxing out. It is inflated supply with Roach Ravager, true. It is inflated. Despite that, still terrifying. Let's GuMiho, he rotates. Reinforcements getting called out. Leading out more Marauders. GuMiho once again moving in. But as he moves in, another run by. There's not much to defend. Ultra getting to the mineral line. Oh, does swipe away. At the same time, more tanks going down. GuMiho just cannot sustain these losses. Not like this. I mean, the draw play was impressive, but the economy just isn't there. He's down to 43 SCVs, 43 workers, barely an economy. God, Liberation has Liberation has arrived. Let's go. Catching out eggs, catching out larva. 8 kills in this Liberator, 9 kills even. Oh, the mines! Oh my god! Mines are taking down 2 Vipers! Jesus! 2 Vipers going down. Jobs they move in. Let's go! We're going for the base trade. Send it! I mean, GuMiho, he will take down some bases, and Solo, he's racing back home. He turns back around. Bases are falling. Sniping another expansion, and oh my god! Almost another hatchery. Clutch transfuse. But he will get one. The 3rd base goes down. Solo down to 3 bases. Oh, but the fungals and the power bomb. Yeah, the combo is brutal. And again, GuMiho, he's been dying for the past 10 minutes, but he is making Solo work for it so hard. So he's like, why won't you just die? GuMiho's like, I can do this all day. But GG gets called as GuMiho, he finally does tap out, and Solar takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Solar. He does take the first game here. Again, he did have to work very hard for it despite having a lead. He was losing bases, losing workers, losing mineral lines, trading out quite poorly even as well. But last still does take it. Un momento. As we're now getting into game number 2, and we'll see if GuMiho can bounce back. Again, as a reminder, this all started with the proxy 3-racks, by the way. Proxy 3-racks bunker rush out of GuMiho, and Solar, he had a really nice setup to be able to defend against it. It was really impressive how he was able to pull the boys, set up a surround, kind of try to bait the army in, then come in and collapse on the army. It was very impressive defense there by Solar. And to be fair, GuMiho did recover from there, if you recall. But the nail in the coffin there, if you recall, was GuMiho, after he was stabilizing, he pushed out on 3 bases with a Hellbat push, with a very dedicated Hellbat Marine push, and he ran into a Roach army, an army that he didn't know was there. He wasn't expecting roaches of all things. He didn't see the Roach one, didn't see the roaches themselves. Once he realized there were roaches, he tried to get the hell out of there, but he bled a lot in the process, and he also didn't have any defenses back at home. Again, he was caught with his pants down by the roaches. No bunkers, no tanks, no nothing. And from that moment is when Solar took a lead. But here we go. We're now getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Seoul Esports. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. As we are going to be opening up, this time GuMiho does go for a standard opener. The Rax is back at home, not proxy this time. Meanwhile, Solar across the map, and you see what I see? No gas. No gases from Solar, so he's going for a gasless opener. Bold move. I've said this before. Okay, just delayed gas. It is later, don't get me wrong, but not gasless. Just later gas geyser. Because it's so late, he might even go into a roach-based opener instead. It might skip link speed. We'll keep an eye on Solar. We'll see how he does approach this. From here, Solar, he's going to have a faster spawning pool. And I would imagine the goal is to get across the map with his lings. Yeah, there we go. 2 lings are on the way. So the purpose of these lings should be to bypass the army, to bypass the Reapers, and potentially even delay the CC. We'll see how he does move out. Reapers on the way. The lings, they move out. And he will be able to bypass that Reaper. Does get across. So far, so good. Reaper gets into the mineral line, and we have to buy time for the Queen. Queen is on the way. And, oh, nice spore. Spore trick does come into play. Lings, they get across the map. It's going to be close. Can they delay the CC? But there's a Marine waiting. Yeah, there's a Marine waiting back at home. The CC is delayed by a couple of seconds. But only by a couple. Oh. As GuMiho does hold, does defend. Behind this, going for a 3rd CC before Starport. Economic follow-up here out of GuMiho. After a very aggressive game 1, we have a standard game 2. At least so far. GuMiho does slip into the main. Again, he's trying to keep eyes on whether or not there is going to be a Roach Warren. What the gas is going to be spent on. We can see link speed is on the way. Does keep 2 in gas. And the GuMiho is setting up for an add-on swap. Tech Lab is done. And we'll see if we do go into Banshee play. There it is. So after getting roached in game 1, he's like, okay, we're going to be safe against roaches this time. We're going into, oh, never mind. Viking first. Okay. Viking first out of GuMiho. We actually spoke about this morning in the earlier broadcast, I guess this afternoon, really. But there is a build where you can go Viking into delayed Banshee, and the Viking does kind of allow you to hide the Banshee and allow you to, or it does force the opponents, or does make it likely that your opponent does lay their own spores. Overlord is going to be zoned away. Ah, but he sees. Yeah, Solar, he does see the tech lab. Is this a fake out? No Banshee. Overlord does fall. Hellions 8 busts into the mineral line, roasting up 3 drones. And 3 drone kills so far. Going further in. Nice movement there from Solar. He does zone away the Hellions. It barely does zone away. Last volley goes off. But so far, 4 kills in total. Not bad. As in, not a bad defense here. Solar, he does defend. He does shut down the Hellions. Almost a 1-to-1 trade. 4 Hellions for 4 drones. And meanwhile, it is going to be Cloak Banshee. But again, Solar, he knows. And with the Overlord, he saw the tech lab. So Solar, he is aware. Meanwhile, behind this, no surprises here. GuMiho is meching it up. So it is going to be a 3cc 1-1-1 into mech. Factories are on the way. Again, GuMiho is one of the few Zerg players, sorry, the few Terran players out there that does embrace mech on a regular basis in this matchup, but even against Protoss as well. I say one of the few. Bjorn did also go battle mech against Rogue in group stage 2 of GSL. Did also embrace it. But GuMiho, he's been doing it since before it was cool. It was like since before some of these other Terran players jumped on. Nah. It's always been with the mech. Meanwhile, oh, the spores were delayed. The Viking worked. Despite Solar scouting earlier, it did work. There were no spores ready. Aye. This is the power of going Viking first. Is the Solar believed that there were no Banshees? But there were. Oh, and oh god, the mineral line's getting roasted. Oh my god, the mineral line goes down. Massive pickoffs. How many? The Banshee is finally going to go down, but that's going to be 22 kills. 22 drones, not like this. A rough start here for Solar. Before any of the battle mech really kicks in, the Banshees and the Hellions, they cripple Solar. He is crippled. He has to re-drone, has to resaturate. Once again, to reiterate, what happened was GuMiho, because you open Viking first, usually when you open Viking first, it means that there aren't any Banshees because it means that they're going to be late. It's inefficient. It's inefficient to go into a Viking first. But here, the mind games. He went Viking first to make it look like he wasn't going Banshee, and then he went Banshee. That's why the spores weren't ready. So that's why Solar was unprepared. And with that Solar, he's struggling behind this. We have more Banshees coming in. We have Hyperflight Rotors on the way. It's going to be Battle Mech alongside Banshee. Ravens on the way as well to help support. As more drones are going to be falling. And GuMiho is just getting ready for the next step, getting ready here for what's to come for the Hellion Cyclone. The battle mech is building up. And the problem is that Solar is playing from behind. Look at the worker count here. Typically, traditionally, against mech, the Zerg player wants to be up in bases and up in workers. Solar, he's behind. He's down to 48, and he's going for the all-in. It looks like he's just going for an all-in here. He's purposely not droning. He knows he's behind. It's all or nothing for Solar. And he's sending it, the Roaches, the Ravagers, the Queens, and the Lings. It's all or nothing for Solar. Roach speed is still not done. You see creep is spreading with the Overlords. One way or another, it's Solar, he's going to end the game. Either he kills GuMiho or he dies trying. But Solar just doesn't have enough army. Remember, he has inflated army supply as well, and he's barely ahead. Which means he's behind. He is behind in that army supply. The soup does lie. As he tries to engage, Lings, they come in from behind, not bad. They come in for this surround. They lock down the army. Files are connecting. Very nice engage with the Lings. Very nice. Soul taking the best fight he can. Now boys are being pulled. Oh, the Biles. Oh my god, they graze the army. Whilst they do graze, the boys are being pulled. SCVs are going down, and Solar, he will break the third. Yeah, nice engage here from Solar. Again, just locking down the battle mech. Not allowing GuMiho to micro. Not allowing him to kite back. But there's a fourth, which is terrifying. What's scary is that even though the mineral line goes down, GuMiho is still ahead in the economy. Like, he has 52 SCVs, he has mules on top of that. Solar, he's now droning up. But that was a good fight. That was a good fight for Solar, 100%. He fought well for himself. Oof. Takes out another Cyclone. I'm loving the creep as well. Spreading creep here on the base. On the expansion. Even in the main. Jesus. Solar, I don't know if he's aware of the base though. This planetary is done. Wow, this time they do connect with the Hellbats. Just the Hellbats. Yeah, Cyclones have a mass. Queens are being chased down. So many Queens going to be falling. And with that anti-air, these Banshees, they just get free damage. That's the advantage of these Banshees. Yeah, speaking of free damage, they go for the Ravagers. Ravagers going down. Queen as well. The final Queen is going to fall. And Solar here extends. He's losing everything here. Queen's now coming in. Decent fungal. Cyclones are a little bit too far back. Where are the Locums? Once again, just now moving in. And GG gets called. Solar, he was all in. He is broken. And GuMiho does fight back, puts a point on the board, and ties up the series. Whew, GG. GG, well played. GuMiho does overwhelm. Again, Solar, he had a really nice fight at the third base. The problem was he had to end the game. As we mentioned, like he was all in. He had to end the game. Killing the third was not good enough. GuMiho still had the greater economy, still had a fourth base. It was a planetary. And again, in that fight, Solar, he lost all of his Queens, lost all of his Ravagers. He lost everything there. Was not enough. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're now getting into the ace match. We're getting into game 3. Let's go. We're jumping into that ace match. Here it all ends on Tokamak. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Seoul Esports. Tying up the series 1-1, it is GuMiho. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. As we are setting up. So far, we have our own standard opens. This time, no proxy. Let's go. No proxy here. And again, GuMiho is showing us that he's willing to mech it up if he sees an opportunity to. But we're loading into a very large map, very macro map as well. This map is known for turtle play, known for defending, known for longer games. Because of that, we could see mech again, to be honest. True. We could see it. Especially battle mech. It is going to be a viable option here for GuMiho. What I will say though is that typically GuMiho doesn't rely on it too much. If he goes battle mech at some point in the series, he doesn't, double down and do it multiple times, especially not 2 games in a row. If this was a best of 5, then we could see it again. But in a best of 3, I'm a little bit less convinced. But we'll keep an eye on GuMiho. So now, He does expand. Likewise, Solo this time standard opener, hatch gas pool. Remember last game we did go for a later gas geyser into like an early Ling run by to try to delay the CC. That is not happening this time. Not this time, not from Solar. So we're calming down. Does poke in. Behind this, going for a third CC for Starport. Economic build here by GuMiho. Everything's looking normal so far, but again, this can still turn into mech, so we gotta be aware of that. Solar as well. Must be aware. As the Reaper does full. Solar claiming his third, droning on up. There's our Starports. And this time, even if GuMiho goes Viking first, it's possible that Solar, he might just throw down spores anyway. he might just throw them down after what happened last game. As a reminder, I mean, there was some slick moves out of GuMiho, faking out the Banshee, or I guess faking out the Viking opener. Catching Solar with his pants down. As the tech lab is on the way, and we should be going for the add-on swap. This time, we might just go straight Banshee. I don't know if it's worth going Viking first. But we'll see. The mind games. Overlord pokes in. Overlord does see the setup. And this time, once again, there's Cloak and Viking first. Now, the question becomes, does he open Viking? Does he reveal Cloak? Does he cancel Cloak? And then just go Liberator? Like, the mind games. What are we doing? What are we going for? Who knows? GuMiho hasn't decided. Oh. As Stim is on the way. Getting to Stim. Not mech. Okay. He is not making it up. We have Stim instead. There we go. Second, third ranks. We're playing Bio. GuMiho is crazy. He's not playing mech. Meanwhile, Link Scout does confirm that Solar, he was able to get eyes on both morphing in buildings, so he saw both Raxes. He knows what's going on. Eva Chamber first out of Solar. Likewise, safety spores this time. This time, not taking any chances. Spore crawlers are on the way. Solar playing safe. And screw being efficient. Just be safe, man. Just be safe. And this time it's going to work out well for him. Likewise, story base on the way here for GuMiho. We have plus on Carapace already for Solar. Getting into 1-1 upgrades. Getting into Ling Bane. So we have the classic setup here for Ling Bane versus Biomine, or at least Biotech. Building up tanks. Now, the first big question becomes, does GuMiho take gases? Does GuMiho saturate his third? Does he go for a 3-base all-in? Or does he build up towards a mid to late game? We spoke about this earlier, how Tokamak is known for more defensive play, is known for longer and later games. Because of that, GuMiho, he might just go to 5 Raxes, and then get a 4 CC, and play out a longer game. And we'll see. As we haven't gone there yet. Banshee does poke in. So far, 3 kills. Ah, not bad. So Banshee does pull away. Likewise, GuMiho going to be rotating over. Is pushing out. So far, no major signs yet. He's only on 5 Raxes. He's setting up back home with his tank. GuMiho does go for an early move out though. Again, only 1 tank, 2 medevacs, a handful of units. A bit of an awkward move out here for GuMiho. Very off timing. And so far, just 9 creep. Just 9 tumors. There it is, 4 CCs on the way. He is building up towards a longer macro game. Okay, we're settling it. He is being active. At the same time, Solo going for a massive link run by. Does get across the map. Back at him, there's plenty of Marines, but can he force a cancel? Oh! It's gonna be close, and looks like he can. And nice pickup. Does cancel the 4th. Solo, he backs up. Ooh. Meanwhile, the 4th base, sorry, the 5th base is under fire. And it's gonna be canceled. It's gonna be canceled. It's gonna be canceled. Oh my god. Be careful, man. Does here's the Queens. They get caught up. Massive pickups here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Queens falling. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, the Queens are caught. Lings, they dive in. They're caught by the Hellbats. And with that, GuMiho, he trades very well here. He shuts down the Ling Bane. He does punish Solar, and Solar plummets in supply. Now, Solar, he should have enough to hold on here, but I say that there are no Banelings left. And no Banelings left over. Everything just snowballing out of control real fast and real quick. Banelings are denied. The one Hellbat does punish them. And from here, Solar with his reinforcements, he holds. Whew. Does hold on. Tank barely saved. And remember, that was only half of GuMiho's army. Like, that was not GuMiho's final form whatsoever. GuMiho, he traded very well. And now he consolidates his army. Now moving in. Clearing up more creep. Containing Solar. Solar, he's down to... he has rebuilt his queens. Back up to 7. But the active tumors are going down. And GuMiho rotates. Does rotate over. Going for the would-be 5th. Meanwhile, Solar trying to stabilize. Building up, getting into Ling Bane, Hydra. Ling Bane, Hydra, Viper for Solar. The base is spotted. GuMiho, he wants it. Scans out of time. And he should get a kill. That's GuMiho pulling away. Just ensuring he does take the expansion. And Solar, he just cannot expand. He's stuck on 4 bases. Stuck on 4 bases, trying desperately to expand, but he is contained. More active tumors going down. Oh. Mind shot does go up, shuts down the Lings. Micah's GuMiho pushing on the right hand side as well. Ooh, brutal mind connections. Mind take down more Lings. Decent Banelings towards the end. But all the GuMiho wants is the base, is the expansion. Another Bane to the face. Another Baneling connects. Solar, he's holding on. He's holding. GuMiho now reinforces. At the same time, Solar finally going for a run by. But there's a planetary. And the planetary does hold. GuMiho still being aggressive, catching out the Ling Bane. Pushing on both ends. Solar, he's struggling to keep up. The supply just is not there. Decent Baneling connections though. The slits. Yeah, the splits are not good enough here from GuMiho. He gets shut down. Solar, he defends. Not bad. Takes a very nice fight on creep, and GuMiho, he did not scan, did not catch those tumors. That's the Solar needed. He needed GuMiho to overextend. Does pull it off. GuMiho does make a mistake. So Solar is still in this. He takes his 5th base, getting it fully saturated. Lurker production has begun. GuMiho, can he stop those lurkers? Once again, steering forward, yet does force a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. Lurkers are not ready. Yeah, better kiting this time from GuMiho. This time he does kite back, but ooh, Baneling connects. And Solar holds. So he holds on. Shuts down the bio. Now lurkers can finally morph in. Here we go. 4 lurkers on the way. GuMiho is still not slowing down. I'm not so confident that he has enough here, though. Nice mine shot. Mine shot going up. 3-3 now kicking in for GuMiho. Or at least about to. Does get 1. Gets 2 lurkers. 2 lurkers left. GuMiho still just mass expanding behind this. And what's really hurting Solar is that he has not been able to slow down GuMiho. Whenever he tried to run by, I mean, there was already a planetary in position. Here, Solar spots the fresh base. Solar needs to do something about these bases. Does go for a run by. GuMiho, he rallies over. Is in position to defend. Lurkers are getting called out. As well, lurker falls. There's 4 lurkers remaining. They do have range. The lurkers are holding on. Ling run by across the map does break through. Stifling the economy. Again, it's just been a really low supply game here in the sense that both armies, they just keep trading, or GuMiho just doesn't back up. He refuses. The Solar now he's got his 5th base. I may have spoken too soon. The 1 Banshee on 5 HP with 23 kill. Oh, no. Banshee goes down. Banshee does fall. GuMiho going for the base, going for the expansion. It's going to be close. Can he get it? Oh, barely not. 45 HP. Oh, but he will get the other though. And the mineral line. Oh my god, the entire mineral line goes down. Massive pickup. Drones are falling base as well. This was worth it for GuMiho, also catching some of the lurkers. Solar, he's hurting. Thankfully, I mean, he has the hybrid base, I suppose. But GuMiho is here to punish. He can also knock down the tower. Solar just still struggling to just keep his head above water. Likewise, GuMiho, he has not teched up. We have no Ghost Academy. This entire time it's just been purely a bio mine out of GuMiho. Oh, the boys! Solar moving with some of the boys. Oh my god. Mine shot's going up. Solar forcing back GuMiho. GuMiho, he just trades. Takes down a base. Gives up one of his own. GuMiho trying to catch reinforce the Vipers. Oh, 2 full energy Vipers go down. Massive pickups. Base as well, and back at home, there's not much to defend. Solar's racing back. Pushing up to creep. But GuMiho, he makes a stand. He shuts down the Ling Bane. Takes down the Hydras as well. Solar plummets in supply. This is the army left. Only a handful of lurkers. And that's not good enough. GuMiho, he's done it. He breaks through. Again, a very intense, very chaotic game here between Solar and GuMiho. Just non-stop action, non-stop aggression. But Solar, he was denied bases for so long. His economy was struggling. And GuMiho did overwhelm. Did barely overwhelm. Lurkers are doing what they can. But more bases are falling. And GG gets called. Solar, he has nothing left. And GuMiho, he will take the series 2-1. Qualifying for GSL. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Congratulations, GuMiho. He will qualify for GSL. Just barely here over Solar. Very well done. Very impressive play. Again, Solar having a bit of a rough qualifier here. Solar, he did go down to both Creator and GuMiho. Solar having a hard time. He does not qualify for a GSL, but Solar does have another chance. He does have another chance. We did mention the players that fail to qualify for GSL, that make it to these qualifying matches, they're going to be invited into a last chance qualifier. So there is going to be a final opportunity for Solar later on tomorrow. Regardless, GG, well played. With that, that does wrap up our initial wave, our initial round of qualifiers. Okay, here we go. So what do we have to begin with here? Actually, let's catch up. Let's catch up on our qualifying matches, on our players making it through. Here we go. Okay, from the very top here, let's not get ahead of ourselves. From the top, if you were here this morning, again, we had 6 qualifying players already here from the morning broadcast. We had Hero, Rogue, Maru, Shin, Classic, and Cure. We have our 6 players. We have 1 Zerg in Rogue, we have 2 Protoss in Hero and Classic. We have alongside them 2 Zergs in Rogue and Shin, and of course we have our Terrans in Maru and Cure. So we do have our 6 players making it through the initial round of qualifiers, and then we just had our first 2 extra qualifying matches, Creator and GuMiho. Creator qualifying 2-1 over Solar, and GuMiho qualifying 2-1 over Solar as well. So Creator and GuMiho, they will join everyone else in the GSL. Up next, these are not qualifying matches, these are a little bit different. These are seeding matches. So if you're watching GSL season 1, you would know that the GSL season is a little bit different. We have 2 groups. I should say we have 2 group stages. We have group stage 1 and group stage 2, and these upcoming matches here, these are players that are all qualified for GSL. Hero, Maru, GuMiho, Rogue, Shin, Classic, these players are already qualified for GSL, but these are seeding matches to actually skip around and go straight into group stage 2. So these are going to be seeding matches here for our players. Meanwhile, tomorrow we're going to be covering those last chance qualifiers. So we still have more qualifying matches ahead of us. There's 4 more qualifying spots that's going to be covered in tomorrow's broadcast. Here we are covering the seeding matches for who makes it through into group stage 2. So we're going to be having Hero versus Maru. Loser goes up against GuMiho. Rogue versus Shin, loser goes up against Classic. And again, just to reiterate, all these players have already qualified for GSL. These are seeding matches to skip the first round and to go further into GSL. Oh boy. Here we go. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here, and when we come back, Hero versus Maru is going to be coming up next. Let us go. So again, we're 2/3 of the way through the broadcast, so we're getting there, but we get this. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have some more StarCraft. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of the broadcast. We just wrapped up all of the initial qualifying matches, but now we are here with the seeding matches to determine who will make it through and make it straight into Group Stage 2 of Season 2 of GSL. Here we go. Here we go. We do have our initial PVT. We have a spicy one here. One match that we did not get in Season 1. Hero versus Maru. Let's go. We're jumping on in. Again, Hero, of course, he is the reigning GSL champion. He is currently dubbed as the best player in South Korea. Maru used to hold that mantle. Not anymore. Not anymore. Here, we'll see if Maru can take it back. Let's jump into our best of 3. Now, as a reminder, Maru, he has been a little bit out of practice. We mentioned this at the end of the Season 1 cast and coverage, how right now the question becomes, how is Maru looking a week later getting ready for Dallas? Because Maru, he did take a long break. He did take a long break from StarCraft. It is known that he took the off-season off, quite literally, referring to January, February, March. He did take time off away from StarCraft. Now he's back, of course, coming into the new season of EWC, but Maru, he's still shaking off all that rust, and we'll see how he compares to the current champion. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Maru. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is Hero. Here we go. Maru washed. Ah, no. Rainer's dad asked him to clean the car. So, how did that tweet go? Not like this. What is it? My dad asked me to clean the car. He looked at me and he smiled and nodded. He knew I was washed. Something like that. Oh no, not like this. For now that we're settling in, we have a gate expand here. Standard opener out of Hero. Likewise, Maru back at home going for his own double gas opener as well. Now, if you know anything about Maru, if you know anything about his matches in GSL, you would know that he is doing one thing and one thing only in TVP, 2-base all-ins. He's been going for a lot of 2-base all-ins, very similar to Kira, actually, very similar. But Maru, he was hyper aggressive in the most recent season of GSL, in the qualifiers and in the main season as well, non-stop all-ins. That is why I was posing the question here, is that does this trend continue for Maru coming into DreamHack Dallas as well, and coming into the GSL Season 2 qualifiers? What I will say, we already covered Maru's matches earlier when it came to the qualifying matches, and Maru, he was still going for all-ins. He was still just going for non-stop all-ins. He was still just doubling down. And again, we'll see if that trend continues. As earlier we did cover Maru, oh, sorry, I say that, my apologies. That is not the case actually in regards to his TVT. So my apologies, did misspeak. Maru, he was not going for all-ins against Beyond. That TVT between Maru and Beyond honestly was a banger. Like the TVT was honestly really, really good and really back and forth. It was very intense between Maru and Beyond. So I will say that Maru's TVT is looking pretty on point, pretty on top of things. But you could argue that, I mean, is that really going to matter coming into Dallas if Clem isn't playing Terran, right? If Clem is playing Protoss, like I had to. So some of the other matchups might be a little bit more important. Regardless, we're settling it. CC on the high ground, 1-1-1 setup here. Going for the Widowmine first into Mine Drop. We do have the Tech Lab follow-up here out of Maru, but it is Mine first. From here, we can go into Cyclone, we can go into Tank, we can go into an add-on swap. Medevac is going to be on the way, and we'll see what Maru makes first here, the Cyclone or the Tank. Our eyes are on Maru. And it is early tank. Okay, hyper aggressive here from Maru. Is going for early tank production. And it's going to be on Hero to confirm. Hero, he's moving out with the hallucination. Ideally, Maru wants to try to catch hallucination with the Widowmine. Hallucination moves in. Does get eyes on the CC. It does get eyes on the 1-1-1. And does spot the Tech Lab on the factory. He's aware. Behind this. Playing safe. Gas guys are at the natural. Robo as well. Very safe play here out of Hero. Going 3 gates blink into a Robo. Shield battery's already done. He's secure in 2 bases. Maru boosting in. Toss boost into natural, just trying to buy some time, just trying to get some scanning information, distracting hero. We'll pick up, we'll save. What's important though is the tank is done and we should soon be pushing. Here we go. Yeah, we have the early push, the early move out. Again, the early tank did scream aggression, so Maru, he is committing, hyper aggressive here, and this has to get damage. But remember, here he's playing it safe. He has extra gateways, he has the robo now done. Observer first, hallucination moves out. Here he will spot this. Yeah, he spots the push. Does spot the push. Is aware of the early timing. Hero in position to delay. He's got force fields. Maru making his way towards the third base. Is getting within range. Again, this third base was greedy for Hero. That's a kill, not a cancel. Takes down the pylon. Hero blinks in. Ooh, does take a matchup to the face, but he does take down the tank. Yeah, the tank goes down. Remember, these are vanilla Marines. The backbone of the army was the tank, but here we go. A second tank has arrived. Nice wing control. Sentry, ooh, does survive. And Maru, he's a little bit too far back. Yeah, it's too far back. Hero, he's looking for the dive. He blinks in. One more volley, and he gets it. The tank goes down once again, and Hero holds. Hero, he holds his army, does not have enough firepower. He's down to what? 4 Marines, down to 3, down to 2 Marines. And Hero holds. He shuts this down, and Maru, he falls behind. This was very dedicated. Again, this was a borderline 2-base all-in. I say borderline because, yes, he is making SCVs. Yes, he is macroing behind this, but he was so dedicated. That was 2 tanks and a medevac and 2 Vikings. And here comes a counterattack. Hero, he has momentum. There's no bunker to defend. There's 1 Marine and 1 tank. And Hero, he can just dive in. He can just dive on the tank. And if he does, he will break the natural. There it is. There's a dive. Tank goes down. Massive pickup. There's nothing left. Now the middle line is exposed. Again, that move up from Hero, sorry, that move up from Maru had to do more damage. Force field on the ramp, zones away the tank. I mean, it might have even been worth just allowing the tank to move in, just to focus it down. But regardless, here he has control of the natural. There's a dive. Takes down another tank. It's going to be the 3rd tank going down. Hero, he doesn't quite have enough soldiers to keep going. Has to pull away. 13, that's crazy. That's bold. that's ambitious, papi. Ay, ay, ay. 3rd CC in the face of Hero. GG gets called, and Hero takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, like borderline all-in, just hyper committed play there by Maru. With moving out with his early tanks, he had to at least deny the 3rd base. At least deny the 3rd base, at least break the 3rd and trade with the army. But remember, Hero was playing safe. We tried to emphasize that. Hero, he went for a 3-gate setup, gas at the natural, robo, all before the 3rd base. All before the 3rd, so Hero playing very safe. He had plenty of army to work with. More importantly, he saw the move out with the hallucination. He saw the opener with the hallucinations. He saw everything with hallucinations. So Hero, he scattered everything he needed to, and he shut it down. GG. GG, well played. Solid play there by Hero. And we'll see if Maru can recover, bounce back, and force the ace match. Let's go. As we are getting into game number 2. Here we go, and spawning into the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality down in this series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can recover. It is Maru. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Twisted Minds, leading the series 1-0. Again, the current reigning GSL champion. It is Hero. On the weekend, my dad asked me to wash his greasy old car, and later that day, he asked me if I washed his car, and I replied, "Oh, Maru," and I knew it was washed. Oh, no. I was making a joke earlier. Maru, he's not washed by any means, but I mentioned before, like, there's a reason for, I would say, Maru's current performances. For those that are maybe unaware, for those who haven't been tuning into our broadcast, Maru, he did take time off. He did take the off-season seriously, in the sense that he just stepped away from the game during the off season. On top of that, Maru, he was also getting ready for military service. It was announced back in April that Maru, he had registered for military service. He was ready to go. Again, if you've listened to the stream, you would have heard this already. But Maru, he was not called upon, and for 3 years in a row, it was revealed that Maru, he was registered, he was ready for the military, but he was not called upon by the administration. So Maru has confirmed that he has concluded technically his military service. The law in Korea is if 3 years pass and if the administration doesn't call upon you, then technically you don't have to worry about it anymore. So Maru, he has concluded officially his military service. He doesn't have to worry about it anymore. But the speculation is because he was signed up, he was expecting to go. That's why, like Maru, he wasn't playing as much StarCraft. He was probably just, you know, a little bit anxious about, you know, what was going to happen with military. It was after April that it was confirmed that he doesn't have to worry about that anymore, and now he can focus on StarCraft. So he has been focusing, he has been devoting, but again, did take some time off, and we'll see how Maru is able to catch up in terms of skill and keep up with everyone else who has been playing actively this entire time, right? The problem here is that players like Hero, players like Cyril, Raynor, Clem, MaxPax, they've all been grinding even during the off season, so Maru has some catching up to do. Here we go. So now we are setting up. Plays like Maru and Raynor, though, we'll get back into form right away. Yeah, for sure. Like, I don't think it's going to take much time at all. The question becomes, like, when does Maru peak? Like, does he peak in time for Dallas, or does he peak in time for GSL Season 2, right? So that we do have our Twilight Council opener out of Hero. Do you have our Twilight Council? Behind this, we have Maru going for a early second Rax. Interesting. Second Rax has been thrown down. Hero does confirm, and we are waiting to see a third Rax. If we see a third Rax before Starport, 2-base all in. So we're waiting for the third Rax. Likewise, so is Hero. Early Cyclone is revealed. We'll shut down the hallucination. Back at home, Hero going for Standard Opener, going for his Twilight Council initially. Save the shield out of it, the natural. Oh my god, going up to 4-gate Blink. Okay, 4-gate Blink Stalker out of Hero, much more aggressive this time. Sorry, my apologies, I said 4-gate Blink. 4-gate and going into charge, not Blink Stalker. Very interesting, and we have the answer. What do you see? Third Rax, 2-base all in. So Maru, he's setting up for a 2-base all in here. He is hyper fixated on building up his bio. Here he scouts, he confirms the third Rax. He's aware of what's going on. He's aware that Maru is going for an earlier sim timing. He's going to be pushing out with around 3 tanks with a heavy bio army before Starport, before any kind of Metax +1 is going to be hitting alongside this all in as well. So very dedicated play by Maru, but the response from Hero is almost a hard counter. If you know anything about PvT, you would know that Blink Stalkers are a good way to gain map control, to deny vision, deny scouting, deny drop play, and to get into a longer game state. And 3-gate Blink can be really safe, as we saw last game. Charge, this is designed to punish early tank pushes and early bio pushes as well. Zealous, they trade so efficiently. They do such a great job at pouncing on an army, pouncing on a tank as well. We're building up a massive wave of charge lots, and Hero is expecting a move out. Typically, a charge opener like this is really bad if Maru's playing standard. If Maru's defending on 2 bases, getting a third CC, and slowly expanding, then the Zealots do nothing. But if Maru's pushing into the Protoss, that's where this army excels. Likewise, no bunker, right? Why would there be? You know, Maru's going to be the aggressor, so there's no bunker on the low ground. I don't think Hero has to push into this, but I mean, it's Hero. He's going for it. Okay, let's go. He does commit. Boys are being pulled. Hero, I feel like he's overextending here. He doesn't need to be here. Yeah, and Hero, he loses Zealots. Zealots, they all go down. This was not worth it for Hero. I was praising Hero, being like, yeah, if Maru pushes into him, he's going to be fine. Hero pushes into Maru. That is not fine. So, Hero, he overextends. He bleeds out all the Zealots. Now, thankfully, I believe he doesn't lose any Stalkers. Yeah, he doesn't lose any Stalkers. That was not worth it for Hero. He also shows his hand. Now, Maru is aware of charge. Now he knows what he's moving into. From here, Hero expands. Behind this, getting safety Immortals. Meanwhile, the upgrades are still not yet done. We're getting to Stim, Combat Shields a +1. The upgrades are about to kick in, and Maru's about to push. And after winning that fight, after killing all those Zealots, we'll see how much confidence he has when it comes to this move out, as he only makes 2 tanks. Ooh, never mind. Only 2 tanks. So he might not pull the boys with this. We'll see. I was expecting like getting up to 3 tanks maybe, building up a greater army. Here comes the Unsiege. Eyes on Maru. He is moving out. Scans ahead of time. Hallucination confirms that the boys are still back at home. We're not pulling the boys. At least not yet. See Maru here in the center of the map, trying to catch out the army. Here is buying time for Colossus, getting his third base up and running. As you can see, Maru being so careful here, slowly leapfrogging forward. As he does rotate. He's going to be rotating. Viking production has begun. And from here, does Maru expand? Does he go for a third CC? He goes back into tank production, okay. This means he's more dedicated. He's going back into tanks. He scans, he saw the Colossus. There we go, he does pull a couple of boys, not too many, but the boys are being pulled. And Maru, he will commit. And we'll see if Hero can slow this down. Hero spots the army. Does move into intercept. Tanks do siege. Oh, nice punish. Yeah, tanks, they punish the army. 2 volleys going up. Again, Maru so quick to siege up those tanks. Pushing forward. Hero trying to set up. As Hero, he's on triple Colossus. Can he get on top of those tanks? Charge will say dive in. Mind Shields, they shut down the Zealots. Nice mind connections. And the Colossus, they're trying to break trying to break their way through. First Colossus does go down. Yeah, and Maru, he has enough. He has enough. He breaks through this. And again, this is a later 2-base all-in. There was less urgency here. Remember, there's no expansion behind this. Maru, he is completely all-in on 2 bases. But Hero, he did misread the early game. Like, threw away all those Zealots early on. Hero, he needs more warp-ins. He needs a little bit more time. Remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Hero. Hero, he's up 20 workers. Like, he has a better economy. He will have extra warp-ins. The bay is under fire. Bunkers on the way. As Hero committing in, takes down one of the bunkers. This time there's no Widow Mines. Yeah, this time no mines. Colossus under fire. Another one almost goes down. Where's the anti-air? Give up positioning there from Hero. Colossus does fall. Down to 1. Yeah, 1 Colossus left. And Maru, he breaks through. He breaks through the natural. Depowers the Robo. The boys are being pulled, but it does feel too late. Colossus taking a lot of hits from those tanks. And the Colossus does go down. And Maru, I think he's done it. At this point, he has done it. He has broken through. He does shut down the main army. Depowers the Robo. We're down to what? We're down to a handful of Stalkers. Again, a much more slower, methodical approach to this all-in. Let's push through. This Dark Shrine is too late. The Dark Shrine is too late. This it's far too late here for Hero. DTs are a really good way to punish 2-base all-ins because scans are limited, but we needed that earlier. Had to be earlier here. Maru is pushing in, takes down the Robo, and there's just no answer. There's no answer to this army. There's no immortals, limited charge lots. Robo is being rebuilt, and here he wasn't able to engage ahead of time either. He tried to, but Maru, he was so quick to siege up his tanks. As Zealots coming from behind. It's a decent engage out of Hero, but he just doesn't have the numbers. He doesn't have the numbers, doesn't have the supply. Takes down a tank. 2 tanks left. And GG gets called. Maru, he breaks through and he ties up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Again, a very intense game here. I was a little bit concerned in the early game because Hero saw everything, but then Hero decided to push up the ramp, which was crazy. It doesn't sound like a lot to lose 6 Zealots early on, but we mentioned it. The problem there wasn't just that he lost 6 Zealots, it was that he showed his hand. I'm pretty sure the reason why Maru was later when it came to his push, and it was delayed. Like, typically you want to hit just as stim and plus on a finishing, but Maru waited. And I'm pretty sure he waited because he was aware that charge was done now, and that Zealots were waiting for him. So he took a little bit of a slower approach. He built up his army, he was more careful with his skins, and he was able to build up and then move out with Widow Mines, with tanks, with Vikings as well. Again, a later push out of Maru. but much more successful as a result. Likewise, here, if he had those extra zealots as well, he would have been able to engage earlier ahead of time out on the map. Different dynamic, different game. GG. GG, well played. Hero getting too excited, baby. Oh my god. Was a bit premature there. And now we're getting into game number 3, the ace match. One way or another, the series ends here and now. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality, tying up the series 1-1 and forcing the ace match. It is Maru. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is Hero. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. Again, Hero just getting too excited in that last game. Maru likewise taking a more slower, methodical approach after realizing what was happening. And the question becomes, Maru, does he keep it on 2 bases again? Again, like Maru has been very aggressive and very all in, both in game 1 and in game 2. We'll see if that continues coming into the ace match as we load into Tokamak, one of the larger macro maps in the map pool. Is one of the larger maps. Likewise, more defendable as well. We often see a lot of longer games here on Tokamak. So I'm not too fond of either playing being too aggressive on this map. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Hero and Maru. As Maru, for the first time this series, single gas opener, ranks expand out of Maru, economic start. And again, this makes more sense on Tokamak to have a more standard opener, but we'll see what the follow-up is going to be. Likewise, Hero going Zealot first. I mean, this does make sense. So basically, Hero, he's assuming, and I mean, he's scouted the single gas. The reason for going for the Zealot is that you're assuming that your opponent is going for an economic opener, and you're assuming that your opponent has a CC on the low ground. The Zealot is moving out to delay the CC. As we can see, the command center is on the high ground instead. The command center is safe, and the Zealot shouldn't get much done. So economic but safe opener here out of Maru. The command center should be able to finish up. Hero is moving in, and there's not much for it to get done. As Hero does scouts, he confirms, oh, no CC on the low ground. Now poking up the ramp. From here, he can deny some mining time and force an SCV down, but nah, there's a Marine. And with that, Maru's safe. Maru's safe and sound. For the time being. And Hero nibbling away at that wall. Just applying some pressure. Behind this, Robo opener out of Hero. Very safe play. Okay. You have my attention. We often see this from players like Creator. It's a bit of a rarer sight from Hero. Ooh, as the wall is down and the army does get in. Uh-oh. Yeah, Hero does poke up the ramp, but he doesn't really have enough. He backs off. Doesn't want to lose the army, doesn't want to get locked in. Like, the worst thing for Hero is to go past his depot, then the depot raises behind the army, then he's trapped. He doesn't want to lose his army. Just delaying the CC. As Zealot is started down, likewise takes down the Widowmine and the Hellion, not bad. And with that, mining is being denied in low ground. Nice control here out of Hero, nice target firing. Maru going for his drop. Now, when I say safe opener, typically there are a couple different tech ways or tech structures you can go for here in TVP. It is either Twilight Council, Robo, or Stargates. Meanwhile, the depot goes down, he busts in! Uh-oh. And Maru's across the map. Maru, he's across the map. There's nothing to defend. There's nothing here. There's 2 Marines. Only 2 Marines. Tankers on the way. Boys are being pulled. SCV's going to be going down. This is brutal damage. Back at him here, he's ready. He has 2 Stalkers. No shield battery. There's a recall. It does recall back home. Here he does defend. How many SCVs does he kill? 2. Okay, only 2. 2 SCVs, the depot. It was good damage out of Hero. Things were getting out of hand. But Maru defends. Oh boy, Maru, he does defend. Now getting back into our openers here, a river opener allows you to open up with the faster immortal, faster observer, or faster warp prism. It does mean that your twilight council and your blink is delayed. So delayed blink, delayed charge, delayed upgrades here for hero. He can be aggressive and assertive with this prism, that is true. And again, observers are on the way. So hero is still applying some pressure here with some vanilla stalkers. Again, bearing in mind he has no blink, but he can poke in and try to get some SCV kills. Maru getting in position. I'm sure he heard the observer. Hero gets in. Nicely done. Getting one, getting two SCVs. 2, 3, 4 SCVs going to be going on, getting it to 5. Oh my god. Not bad. That's damage here from Hero. Takes down 8 workers in total, dropping back into the natural. Behind this, Maru is going for Banshee play. Getting the Banshees. They are cloaked. And Maru, he breaks out. He's getting a 4th tank. Oh my god. Very dedicated. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. 2 base all in out of Maru. Yet he doesn't stop tank production. He's committing. He's rallying. Banshees as well. Here he spots the all-in. Oh. And here, does he have anything ready for this? He does have an immortal. Okay, does have an immortal. Ooh, no sentries, no force fields. Shield batteries are on the way. Here he does at least spot this, but can he stop it? As Maru, he's still rallying across the map. Here he attempted to expand. Is no third. Actually shut down the shield battery. Again, that's 3 tanks. And without blink, without charge, breaking this position is going to be difficult. See, here trying to catch reinforcements. As another tank is rallying in. Tanks, they get within range of another shield battery. Shield battery goes down. Here he does get a free tank. But bunkers are on the way. And more boys are being pulled. There's nothing left. There's nothing here back at home. Maru, he's completely all in. And he's so close to breaking Hero. Depowers one of the gateways. Supply block! No! Hero, he's supply block. He can't make anything. No warp-ins. No immortal. Nice control here. Hero catches some SCVs. But here he needs those pylons. He needs to break out of the supply block. As another tank does rally forward. Hero, he should catch it. Going for feedbacks. Hero collapsing in. He's going for the tanks. He's trying to. Does target one down. He gets one so far. Bunkers are not yet done. Nice concave out of Hero. And not enough Marines, not enough Bio. Oh, but the tanks, they stand their ground. There's still 3 tanks left. And that position is just brutal. But here, he's up to 4 immortals. He's going in. He's going in for the tanks. He gets 1. There's 2 tanks left. And here he holds. He holds. He shuts this down. Ooh, again, a very tense hold. And the 1 immortal does fall. But Hero has enough. Hero, he should have enough. GG gets called. Hero, he shuts down the all-in. And Hero will take the series 2-1, advancing on into Group Stage 2. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Hero, he does shut down the all-in. Very, very intense is what I will say. Hero, thankfully, he was catching reinforcements as they were moving out across the map, so he was able to slow Maru down at least somewhat. Likewise, towards the end, I want to say Hero, he had like up to 5 immortals. Like, he had a very heavy immortal count, and immortals that built to bust tanks and bust bunkers as well. Like, they're built for that sort of thing. So with that, he was able to break through that siege line and end the all-in. GG. GG, well played. Hero, he will make it through to Group Stage 2. Now, do not fret if you're a Maru fan. He's still in GSL. Remember, these are not qualifying matches. These are seeding matches. Everyone that's playing in these matches, they're already in GSL. This is just a way to skip the first round, to skip an entire week worth of GSL. So Hero, he's going to be in Group Stage 2. Maru will be in Group Stage 1. Will be in Group Stage 1. Oh, actually, about my apologies. I say that. I'm getting ahead of myself because Hero, he does make it through to the next stage. Maru has another chance. True. Maru, he has another chance. He has another opportunity here. Up next, we have Maru versus who? Maru versus GuMiho. Oh boy. This is a rematch. These two have been facing off quite often, actually. Here we go. So I just need a moment to set up the players. Team Vitality. So if you were watching last season, you'll know a couple of things. One, GuMiho, he did defeat Maru during last season's qualifier. GuMiho, he actually beat Maru in the season 1 qualifiers in a TVT, and GuMiho was looking quite terrifying. He did defeat Maru in that turn versus Terran, and I would imagine because of how that series went, when they had a rematch in the GSL main event, Maru, he played Protoss. He played Protoss. He did not play Terran. This was in the group stage 2, by the way, and GuMiho had his way with Maru's Protoss as well. So GuMiho, in recent weeks, he has already beaten Maru's Terran, and he's beaten Maru's Protoss. Do we see Maru Zerg? Do we? What is the answer to GuMiho here? What is the plan for Maru? Do we go back to Protoss? Do we go back to Terran? Let's go. We have the answer. I'm ready. I'm ready for it. Maru, he has elected to play Terran. We're getting into a TVT. Oh boy. And you can make an argument that GuMiho has the best TVT in the world. You can make an argument for that. I would always raise the question of Ryung and be like, yeah, true. So Ryung, he's also a TVT specialist and sniper as well, but GuMiho is also up there in terms of TVT. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Seoul Esports. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Maru. Here we go. As our TVT is upon us. When do we get the first pro player who fully commits to random? Bappy feels Balloon, man. I was a big Balloon fan back in the day. For those that remember, back in Heart of the Swarm, Balloon, he was on My Insanity. He was a Korean random player that, if I recall correctly, I think he did grow up in the US. So he actually he had some pretty good English. So he would often be translating for people, for like Koreans at like Home Story Cup, for example. You know, pretty good English. Shout out to Balloon, Korean random. Big fan, big fan. But even Balloon had his stronger and weakest matchups. Like I think Balloon's weakest matchup was Terran. Whenever he played Terran, stronger in Protoss and Zerg at the time. But for now, double gas opener out of Maru, double gas opener out of GuMiho. So far, mirrored builds. So far, mirrored builds out of our players. No proxy, no cheese, no hyper aggression yet. Here we go. That's ancient knowledge. What do you mean? That's not even Wings of Liberty, mate. What are you talking about? Only Heart of the Swarm. Smurge, baby, smurge. I miss my Balloon. Of course, technically, speaking of Wings of Liberty, I believe GuMiho did compete as random for a time, right, in Wings of Liberty. That was before my time. True. That was. That's ancient knowledge, GuMiho being random. And watching as random back in the day. That was back in Wings. That was 15 years ago. That's 15 years ago. That's crazy. Oh, no. Insane. We're all old now. We're all old. Oh, no. As we have a bit of a divergence here, we do have a reacted Reaper Hellion out of Maru. Interesting. So he's going for a heavier Reaper Hellion count early on. The goal here is to punish GuMiho for pushing out early and also to try to counterattack and get some economic damage. Meanwhile, GuMiho is going for an add-on swap into early Cyclone production. Bit of a safer setup here from GuMiho instead. But GuMiho does move out, and the goal for Maru is to catch out these units and overwhelm. As GuMiho picks in. Oh. Wait for his Reapers. Maru breaks out. Maru gets spotted. GuMiho has to get the hell out of here. Does pull away. Reapers, they bust into the main, and they will buy some time. They'll force Maru back home. Can he get any SCVs? But it's going to be a one-way trip. So far, he gets one. One SCV goes down, going for another, and up, he does not get it. Only one SCV, 2 Reapers fall, and now Maru, he has gained map control. GuMiho, he has to race back home, and again, Cyclones are amassing. GuMiho is building up his cyclones. Maru, he breaks out. Does break out with his Reaper Hellion. But again, GuMiho, he knows that he's in danger, so he should be playing very reserved, very conservative here with his initial cyclones. So GuMiho, he stays back, and Maru, he pulls away. Again, Maru, he respects GuMiho enough to recognize that he wouldn't really be able to break that natural. Waiting for the drop, waiting for reinforcements. Yeah, 4 Marines and a cyclone. Maru, he's doubling down. He's going to commit that much harder. GuMiho likewise keeping up. Banshee has arrived. But the cyclone is here, and the Banshee's being targeted down. Massive pickoff. Banshee does fall. And Maru, can he break through? Breaks the lock-on. Nice pick up, Micro. Does break the lock-on, but GuMiho has repairs. Oh, does not take down the cyclone. But he takes down everything else here. Now he's up to 3 cyclones. GuMiho, he will shut this down. Oh my god. Takes down the cyclone. Chasing down the medevac. And GuMiho holds. GuMiho, he does hold on. Behind this, third TC is almost done. Maru has yet to throw down his own base. So GuMiho is getting ahead base-wise, but he's down SCVs. As Maru, he drops back into the base. GuMiho out of position. Sniping, more SCVs, not bad. Denying mining time. Forces back the Terran. Lock-on is not broken. But Maru gets a full scout. He sees no additional production, and he also sees the command center. So Maru now is aware of how economic and how greedy GuMiho has been. Maru, he responds with his own third TC. And I'm still not entirely certain if GuMiho is going to play mech or not. I'll be honest, like, right now making tanks, going into Viking production. Yep, there it is, mech. I had no surprise here. We are making it up. Speaking of mech, Maru doing the same. Maru, he does play mech in TVT. We've seen this before, and we're seeing this again. So, you know, I was joking earlier. I was being like, oh, you know, Dallas is in 5 hours. When we started the broadcast, Dallas is in 5 hours. We have plenty of time to cover the qualifiers. Then it's like, oh, mech versus mech. Let's go. Let's go. It's going to be close. The Banshee does scout. It does delay some of the factories. Takes down 2 SCVs. And again, we are making it up. GuMiho is fully aware. Bearing in mind that Maru, he is aware as well. Yeah, he's scanned. So both players, they're fully aware that they're playing mech. We have Macville accelerators from the side of GuMiho. So GuMiho is going to battle mech initially. And so is Maru. Oh boy. Now, this is a bold move. Maru playing mech against GuMiho, the mech god. Right? GuMiho known for mech in all 3 matchups. This is where he thrives. Can Maru out-mech him? Let's find out. No. They're both animals. As we are going to be stabilizing on 3 bases, building up. Now, what I will say is that this is not a traditional form of mech. Like, because both players are going into Macville accelerators, both players are going into a more mobile style first. They're not slowing things down yet. They're not getting like a siege line of Viking tank and Liberator. We're being more active. Meanwhile, faster second starport here for GuMiho, important. Mech often comes down to air control. So the faster you get into starports, the faster air control you're going to achieve. Both players have Ravens, of course. Interiors Matrix is ready here for Maru. Moving in with his 3 Ravens, he can try to break the siege line. GuMiho is not ready. GuMiho is teching. He's in the middle of teching up. And if Maru were to hit here and now, he can break this. He can break this third base and he can break GuMiho. At the same time, GuMiho is active across the map. GuMiho is vulnerable. The pants are down. He scans. There's 1 cyclone, only 1. Maru's going in for the kill. Remember, he can disable the tanks. Can go for the kill, taking it slow. GuMiho, he does race back home in time. It does get here. Here come the auto turrets. Here come the disables. GuMiho has to pull back. Tanks, they're getting within range. Yeah, and GuMiho just abandons the third base. He knows he cannot defend it. He cannot save it. Oh god. GuMiho takes a lot of hits. That was not worth it. Bleeds out 3 cyclones. GuMiho overextends, and Maru, he's ahead. He takes the lead. He's up a base, up a mineral line. Up in army supply. And Maru, he can still break through. Again, some crucial missteps here, but he double expanded. My Jesus, I didn't realize how greedy he was. Oh my god. GuMiho, he already has a 4th base up and running. Calm down. I mean, no wonder he had nothing to defend. Oh my god. As GuMiho does go for a counterattack, trying to catch reinforcements, and he will be able to. I mean, nice trades here by GuMiho. Does take down the tanks. At the same time, Maru turns back around. Ooh, Raven does overextend. But Maru, he will still clean this up. Again, a messy fight here from both players. Catching out tanks. Getting another lock on. GuMiho, he barely gets the tank. And he has a base up and running. It is operational. GuMiho maintaining his economy. Maru just now landing his own 4th. GuMiho taking his own 4th base, I suppose, as well. Or at least soon, too. And nice disables. GuMiho, he breaks out, takes down the tanks for free. Takes down the Vikings as well. The tank barely goes down. GuMiho holds, and the game continues. Now, as we're embracing this game and as we're calming things down, Maru is up 20 SCVs. Like, even though Maru didn't have a faster base, because of his aggression, he was able to trade well, able to contain GuMiho on 3 bases, and Maru does take an economic lead, a substantial one. So GuMiho is behind. GuMiho has some catching up to do. And we'll see what he can get done. He's getting ready for a Hellion run by. Okay, GuMiho does go for a split push. Hellions towards a natural. Battle mech main army towards a 3rd. So he does get in. He gets some damage. That's what, 5 SCV kills? Not bad. 5 SCVs go down. Maru does have the faster double armory, so faster upgrades. Getting into 2-2. So we are keeping up. GuMiho claiming his 4th. I mean, again, the upgrade lead from Maru may just be enough to break through. As there we go, does morph in those Hellbats. Going for the CC. Brutal lock-ons at the base, it's gonna go down. Massive pick-off. Cyclones just shut down the expansion. Likewise, Maru rotating over. Tanks are sieging up. Oh! Better engage here from GuMiho. Tank shots going up. Okay, nice support from those tanks, but GuMiho did lose the base. Maru getting his own 5th. Meanwhile, shout to the graphical area here. There we go. Does get fixed up. Maru, he does rotate. He can break through. He can break through this as there's only 1 tank. Nice auto turrets. GuMiho buying time. At the same time, does go for a massive Hellion run by. After he runs into Cyclones. Hellions, they get shut down. And Maru, he's still just all over GuMiho. There was a nice fight with it there with those auto turrets. But the Hellions, they do nothing. Maru rotating. Oh. Let's rotate over. Once again, pushing into tanks. Tank boy is going to be going up. GuMiho, he does hold on to the high ground. It's one of those things where you can be up 10, 20, 30 army supply, but pushing into siege lines of tanks is not easy. Tank is on low ground though. Auto tower's thrown down. Once again, GuMiho, he does hold. Does hold the line. Getting another tank. Takes us into expansion. He rotates once again. This time, GuMiho later rotates. Doesn't keep up. Tank goes down. Massive pickup. This time, there's no tanks in position. And this time, Maru can take a better trade, a better fight. His own tanks do siege up. And Maru's pushing through. Yeah, the one time GuMiho doesn't keep up is the one time he's broken. SCVs are going down. GuMiho plummeting in supply. And what I found fascinating about this TVT, it's so battle mech heavy. Like, players, they only have a couple of tanks to support every now and then, but it's very tank light. Like, GuMiho, he was doing well having like one tank at each ramp. Just like 1 or 2 tanks. But again, just barely didn't get here in time. Speaking of, a bit of a better fight here for GuMiho, but the numbers just, they're just not there. Yeah, they're not there, not anymore. Maru, at this point, he has done it. He has broken GuMiho. He can just go up the ramp. Takes down another tank. Denies the CC. And the final tank also gets targeted. Again, it was very intense, very back and forth. I mean, a lot of it came down to GuMiho's greed at the start of the game. He did get punished for it, and he never really gained the advantage from there. He never recovered after losing all those workers and losing the base. From here, Maru's getting to 3-3 upgrades again. He just has the superior upgrades the entire game, thanks to the better economy. And Maru, he breaks through. GG gets called. Maru, he takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Does take a lead in the series again. Going into mech versus mech. As you mentioned, GuMiho, he was very greedy early on, going up to 4 bases so fast, and he got caught with his pants down. If you remember, GuMiho, he was moving out across the map as Maru was moving in. Maru was able to take a bit of fight and also deny mining at the 3rd base. From there, he took a lead, and we saw in the aftermath of that engagement that Maru, he was ahead by a base and ahead 20 SCVs. And with that economic lead, that's how he was able to afford another armory and better upgrades, faster upgrades. With that, he was able to maintain the upgrade lead, maintain the supply lead. GG well played. GuMiho was never quite able to recover from there. We did see some attempted Hellion run-bys every now and then. There was that one run-by that got 5 SCV kills, which was nice for GuMiho, but he needed more than that, and that's all he really got. That's all he achieved with his run-bys. And with that, Maru getting his revenge. Getting his revenge here. Maru, he does take game 1, and we'll see if he can claim the series and skip around in GSL and go straight into group stage 2. Let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Seoul Esports. Down in the series, let's fix that. There we go. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality, leading the series 1-0, looking to claim his revenge for last season, for season 1. It is Maru. Here we go. As this time, Maru, he does not falter, he does not switch to Protoss, he commits into Terran, and he's already warmed up with his TVT. Remember, earlier today, we did cover Maru versus Byun in that TVT matchup. We did already cover that. Now he's back. He's back for some more Terran. Meanwhile, once again, double gas opener out of GuMiho. Going into a faster factory. Meanwhile, Maru going for a Rax expand. Single gas here out of our Blue Terran. Maru being greedy. Maru, he's being greedy. He's being economic. Hellbats a good unit for this. This seems kind of useless. The Hellbats are there to tank. To tank specifically Cyclone lock-ons. Like, as you saw, the Cyclone versus Cyclone is really intense. And ideally, you do want to bait out the lock-ons of your opponent with Hellions or Hellbats. And have them be that buffer zone for your own Cyclones. So they're not there for damage. They're there, again, just as a meat shield. As that's why both players were going into Hellion Cyclone. from here we do have the faster command center. Again, as we mentioned, only single gas. So single gas to open out of Maru, so fast, much faster CC out of our blue Terran player. GuMiho just now beginning his own command center. This does put a lot of pressure on GuMiho to get some damage done early on. Not a meat shield, a mech shield. Ah, true. I mean, technically, Hellions are biological units, right? Or I guess Hellbats are, I guess. Because they can be healed by medevacs. So that kind of works. Kind of. But sure, mech shield. I can get behind it. As represented pick in. Now, how does a mechanical unit suddenly turn into a biological unit when it transforms? That I'm not here to answer. That I don't know how the logic works on that one, but it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. That's from here. We're building up. As Reaper breaks in, gets an SCV. Likewise, GuMiho racing back home. From here, because of the faster factory, because of the faster gas, what does that mean? That means we are going for the earlier drop. Medevac is on the way. GuMiho looking to push, looking to move out, looking to be the aggressor. As we mentioned, the pressure is on GuMiho to get some economic damage done. Maru, he's up 3 SCVs because of the opener. And Maru's playing safe. What do we have? We have a bunker. We have a tank on the way as well. Viking to shut down any kind of drop play. Maru, he's securing himself. He's turtling up. Biosteel. What does that mean? Are you saying that in the process of the Hellion morphing into a Hellbat, the pilot straps on a bunch of bio steel, and then when it morphs back into the Hellion, he takes off the bio steel? Is that what you're saying? Because that would be the only way it makes sense. It's really odd. It's just, yeah, it's very annoying being a Hellion pilot. Just have to step out of the vehicle, put on the shield, put on the steel even, and get back in. On and off every time. That's not GuMiho was deflected. Nice defense here by Maru. Never said it again. It's all good. It's all good. I mean, that would be the way to make it make sense, right? Have to take the seal off and on again. Seal mold is biological, I believe. True. The puppet is biological. Not wrong. So far, Maru, he's gone away with his opener. He did well for himself early on. Now he's built up his tank. I should say his bio tank, as more Raxes are on the way for GuMiho. Let's go. So game 1, we had mech versus mech. Game 2, bio tank versus bio tank. I'm assuming bio tank because of the tech lab on the Rax. We should soon be seeing a stim on the way. Faster third CC out of Maru. So he does prioritize his economy. Meanwhile, later command set out of GuMiho, but much faster stim. As there's going to be a window in time where GuMiho has stim and Maru does not. Maru does break out. He does have a massive tank lead. He's got 3 tanks to the 0 of GuMiho. Again, the tech lab was on the Rax, not on the factory initially. Okay, 1 tank has arrived. Maru moving in. Does set up in between the bases, going for the kill, just zoning GuMiho out of his own natural. But Interference Matrix is done. GuMiho, he can disable all these tanks. He can, and he will. Actually going for the auto turrets. Auto turret's going to be thrown down. He comes in from behind. He gets 1 tank. He gets 2. And he gets all 3. Whew. All 3 tanks go down. Vikings are waddling in. Boys are being pulled into liberation, into freedom. And Maru does trade well. Takes down a lot of SCVs. Still rallying across the map. Viking gets surrounded. And GuMiho holds. GuMiho, he does hold on, but at a cost of how many SCVs? 16. 16 SCVs do go down. Liberators are still alive. They back off, they reposition. They head towards the main. And into the natural. Snipes lib. Does take down Liberator. The other doesn't commit to a siege. Maru, he pulls away. And as it settles, where exactly are we? GuMiho, yes, is on 3 bases, but so is Maru. Maru, he already has an orbital, so he has mules. He's benefiting from those mules. Maru, he will soon take his own 3rd base. GuMiho has gained map control just because he did take the fight, so GuMiho has a much larger army. True, does have the larger army. He also has Ravens, and Maru does not. Checking the army tab here, tank counts are even. Vikings in favor of Maru, Marines in favor of GuMiho. And of course, GuMiho has those Ravens. Can disable. GuMiho just rallying in his army. Looking for a way in. Does siege, does him in. Yeah, the tanks hit on siege. Bunker is going to go down. But GuMiho doesn't have to push in. Like, GuMiho doesn't have to break this position. All he's doing is containing, is denying the 3rd. Deny the 3rd base, contain Maru, take his own. So far, so good. GuMiho is still trying to recover. Oh. Still building up. And Maru, he's still stuck on 3 bases. He's getting a 4 CC. He's still stuck on 2 bases. He's heavily oversaturated. Maru, he has to break out soon. He's going for it. There's the on siege. Now he's breaking out. GuMiho gets the hell out of here. Does pull away. Did well for himself. Just delaying for as long as possible. And now Maru can finally embrace his economy. There we go, Maru breaking out. He's taking his 3rd base. Getting a 4 CC as well. Maru has the Viking lead. He has air control. Making more Liberators. And again, tanks, they're good in TVT, but Liberators are better. They zone away the tanks, they force the on siege. This is why air control is so important. This is why Vikings are so important. But GuMiho, he has none. He has no Vikings. There's Stim. Does him back. Doesn't get the Liberators. Tanks are on siege, tank goes down. And GuMiho, he commits. Does come into the fight. Liberation has arrived, another tank falls, and GuMiho, he just plummets in supply, losing everything. Losing 3 tanks, down to 1. Boys are being pulled into tank fire, into liberation zones as well. Oh, and it's not a pretty fight. Nice disables. It does live from behind. Vikings, they land, they protect the tanks. They annihilate the mineral line. And there's just too much here. Maru, he breaks on through. Takes down the main army, takes down the mineral line as well. And despite GuMiho taking Maru down twice in the last season of GSL, here Maru, he does recover and does start things off with a win. Let's go. Again, Maru, he is looking to bounce back coming into Season 2. We're going to skip the first round. Oh, Sims on in. Takes down 2 more tanks. GuMiho, he does break out. Does break out of his contain. But here, look at the economy. Oh god, no mining whatsoever at the 3rd base. Ay, ay, ay. 42 SCVs for GuMiho. Maru, he's on a 62 and on 4 bases. 4th base is here. Maru stepping in. It's going to be a rough fight for Maru. Oh, he's going to be overwhelmed. Yeah, Maru, he does overextend. Has to respect the Marines, respect the tanks. Respect GuMiho's position. Maru is ahead, but that doesn't mean he can just take a fight wherever he wants. He's like, just calm down. Take it slow. Maru pulls away. Maru, he does pull away. Again, still massing up a massive army. He's got the greater upgrades. First tank is going to go down. Nice pickup. Oh, but GuMiho cannot take a head-on fight. Not like this. Bleeds out a massive chunk of Marines. And Maru, he rotates. Rotates over towards that northern base. GuMiho trying to keep up. He's racing over. Oh, salvage is denied. I haven't seen someone salvage the sensor tower in a while. I was like, what's going on? I forgot about that. Did attempt to salvage. Alas, Maru still has the greater upgrades. He has +2 over his opponent. And reinforcements have arrived. Maru getting another expansion, getting a 5th base. The Liberators are back. Oh, now he can siege up. A messy engage there from Maru, but he does break through the Marines, takes down the tanks as well, and now GG gets called. There's nothing left in Maru. He will take the series 2-0, taking down GuMiho. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very different TBT, both in Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1, we had mech versus mech, a very intense one, where GuMiho was too greedy, and GuMiho was punished for that greed in Game 1. Here in Game 2, we had more of a bio-tank composition, but a very different one. GuMiho, he was playing almost like Björn. I don't know if you noticed, but GuMiho, especially for the first half, or actually for all of that game, didn't make any Vikings. Like, he completely just gave up on any kind of air control. It was purely massive marine medevacs. Remember, he rushed into early stim, into early medevacs, and it's a style that can do really well when you're active on the map, when you're dropping, when you're counterattacking. But in these head-on fights, as you saw, like the Vikings, they reigned supreme, the Liberators as well, there was some really nice moves out of GuMiho with his Ravens coming in from behind and disabling from behind as well. It was impressive, but in a longer game, he just didn't really scale as well as Maru. He was shut down. He lost the game when he had to pull the boys outside of his natural way. Lost everything, lost the army, lost the boys. He was broken then and there. GG. GG, well played. With that, Maru, he does make it through into Group Stage 2. GG. GG, well played. Maru, he will skip Group Stage 1 and advance on into the next round in GSL. And GuMiho, he's still in GSL, so if you're a fan of GuMiho, do not worry. He's still in GSL, but he will be playing from Group Stage 1 instead. GG. And again, really impressive TBT there by Maru. As I mentioned before, Maru, he had already beaten Björn earlier in the TBT, now GuMiho as well. Maru getting back into form and hopefully not playing around too much with Protoss. Hopefully, but we'll see, we'll see. As the mirror matchups continue, this is also a rematch. For those of you that weren't watching the last season qualifiers, you may not know this, but Shin and Rogue, they faced off. They faced off in the last season qualifiers, and Shin did not qualify for GSL last season. Last season he didn't qualify, and Rogue is a part of that reason. Rogue, he did deny Shin a qualifier. He did defeat Shin, and Shin was not able to make it through into the main event. Here, a little bit of a different story. Shin, he defeated Björn, and Shin, he's already in GSL. As a reminder, this is not a qualifying match. This is a seeding match. So Rogue and Shin, they're already in GSL. To make it to GSL, Rogue beat Percival and Shin beat Björn. So they both beat their respective Terran players, and now they're facing on a ZVZ to determine who can skip around and go straight into Group Stage 2. Let's go. Let us go. So we are setting up for our ZVZ and jumping into Game 1 on ley lines. Oh, shout out to Shin. For this, I mean, it was off screen, but fun fact, Shin, he's actually using the Dark Portrait. He's using Dark's Portrait. Let's go, let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. we go, as we have 2 best of 3s remaining here in our broadcast. 2 more matches to go. Oh, and not gonna lie, I'm a little bit relieved that the previous TVT did not go to the ace match. I'm not gonna not gonna lie. Maru came into what? He did what into season 2? Ah, you heard me, Magna. What do you mean? What are you talking about? When do you think he came? Este Magna. Here we go. As we are settling into this, so far Hatch Gas Pool out of Rogue. Likewise, Shin going for his own similar open arms as well. Shin and Rogue. So far, standard openers, nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. We're not delaying our gases. And we are setting up. Thing is, guys, GuMiho and Maru is not a fair fight. Are you saying that Maru did overcome GuMiho? As a reminder, GuMiho already beat Maru like 2 weeks ago in GSL qualifiers. So for context, Maru, he was able to get his revenge. He was able to get his revenge over GuMiho after what happened previously. During the transformation to a Hellbat, the important components recede into the pilots. So the pilot now takes damage rather than the car. There you go. Excuse me? What goes into the pilot? What? Este Senju. Oh no. Not like this. So now we're setting up. We are going to be setting up here so far, just standard openers. What we're waiting for is to see if anyone skips their Bailey Nest, if anyone stays on 2 bases, if anyone does delay their 3rd. That's going to be the first step here between our 2 players. Likewise, Rogi pulls 1 out of gas, and Shin does the same. So no one is staying in. So we're not doubling down here into a heavier bailing commitment or heavier gas income. So far, we're mirroring each other. There we go. 3rd base are being taken by Shin. 3rd on the way for Rogue as well. And we have our Bailey Nest on the way. So far, so good. Oh, I spoke too soon. Rogue, he does skip the nest, going for an Evo Chamber. And Rogue, he should be going for a Ling Flood. So Rogue, he should be going for a Ling Flood. And oh, never mind. I was going to say skipping Bailings, but a much later nest out of Rogue. Lings are on the way, don't get me wrong. But a very different setup here from our Zerg player. Interesting. Ling Flood is on the way. Oh, Shin, he does notice. He does notice the wall. Shin is aware, and we need those Bailings. We need those defensive Bailings here, as Rogue is committing. Behind this, Shin is droning, going for his own faster Roach Warren. Bailey Nest is almost done, and Rogue, he will soon send it across the map. There we go, does pull the trigger, does move out. +1 carapace on the way. Bailings are morphing in. We got 3 Bailings here for Rogue. Wings, they push forward. Oh, they don't quite commit. Going for the 3rd base instead. Lings, they attempt to surround. They force Rogue. Oh, sorry, they force Shin out. Hatcher taking a lot of hits, so we got a transfuse. No transfuse. And the base does fall. Massive pick off. Shin down to 2 bases. The Bailings are just a little bit too late, so they're morphing in too far behind. And Rogue, he pops off. Behind this, Rogue has been droning. Rogue, he does fully saturate on 2 bases, going for his own Roach Warren. +1 carapace almost done, or is on the way, I should say. And Rogue takes a lead. Rogue, he does take a lead. Behind this, Shin, he's still trying to redrone, trying to resaturate. Now down a base, down in larva, down in production. He does have the faster Roach Warren at least, but not much more than that. As Rogue is moving out once again. Looking for another cancel. He should not get it. I say that Bailings have arrived. Rogue, he wants the base. Oh. Once again committing in. First Bailing gets spent. But they do get wasted here. We still have 1 Bailing left here for Shin. Oh my god, it does connect well enough. And Shin holds. Shin, he does hold. He shuts down the Lings. Behind this, Rogue, he is cutting workers at 44. And he's amassing Roaches. Roaches are on the way. They're going to hit with +1. This is a build that Solo popularized maybe 2 years ago at this point. is going to be a Ling Roach all in with +1 Carapace. Carapace does benefit both the Lings and the Roaches. And remember, Rogue, what does he not have? No Lair. This is all hatch tech. This is a hatch tech all in, purely Ling Roach. Meanwhile, Shin has been teching up. Shin going for a Lair, going for, I would imagine, Roach Speed. Yep, there we go. Roach Speed has begun, and that's not going to help in the defense because Rogue is completely all in. What do we need? Spine Crawlers. We need Spine Crawlers to defend, to survive. Shin is in danger. Lings are amassing. If it's not Spines, then Banelings would be ideal as well because there are going to be Ling reinforcements for Rogue. He's just flooding Lings across the map. I don't see any Banelings. We'll see if Shin can hold on. Does have a comparable army. Will the boss connect? They turn away. He gets us around, kills the Queen. Queen gets surrounded. Rogue pushing in. Once again, Biles, they force the army back. And more free damage. Getting on top of those Queens. Bile does connect as well. Another Queen falls down to 1. 1 Queen left. More Lings rallying in. Ooh, a bit of friendly fire. A bit of friendly fire there, but Rogue, does he have enough? He's barely pushing through. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Shin. He needs a little bit more time. Needs more time here. Some wasted DPS here on the hatchery. Yeah, Rogue, we have to go for the army. Once again, going for the base. Third base goes down, and he breaks through. Yeah, Rogue, he has too much. As we mentioned, no Spine Crawlers, no Banelings. The Lings, they punish the Roaches. They lock them down. The final Queen falls, and Rogue has done it. Rogue, he has done it. He committed to the all-in. He caught Shin with his pants down. Again, Shin, he wasn't expecting this. Nice Biles. GG gets called, and Rogue takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG will play it again. No Lair out of Rogue. He cuts workers at 44 and purely a Roach Ravager Ling all in with +1 Carapace. Again, this is a build that Solar is known for. Solar, he's done it plenty of times, especially against Serral back in the day. That's how Solar got like his nickname, the Serral Slayer, back when he was doing this in WTL. And to be fair, Solar went for this in a bit of a different way. He didn't Ling Flood as hard at the start of the game, but a nice adaptation there from Rogue. Again, Shin assuming that Rogue was droning, and he was, but it was fake drones at the third base. He was transferring workers over when he wasn't really saturating. GG. GG, well played with that. Rogue takes the lead, and we'll see if Shin can recover and force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Leading the series 1-0, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg player representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. Currently down in the series, and we'll see if it can recover and bounce back. As Rogue can be very tricky in ZBZ, as we saw, right? So he can go for these hatch-based all-ins. The last time we saw a Shin versus Rogue, we saw Rogue go for a proxy hatchery, like in the corner of the map, hidden with creep. Like it was, it was crazy. It's wild. That was last season on Frostline. It was on Frostline. Aye. We went two base spire with a hidden spire. It was crazy. It did not work, by the way, but but it was a lot of fun. Yes, the Rogue. But now though, we're building up. Again, hatch gas pool, standard openers. No one's going for a 13-12 or a 12 pool or a 12-11. No one is going gas first, and no one is going gas less. So the openers are standard. And once again, what we're looking for, just like last game, is the timing of the Baneling Nest. Remember, last game we saw Evo Chamber before Baneling Nest, which let us know that Rogue was doing something different, was having some more shenanigans here with the Ling Flood. Ling Flood into the Roach All-In with Carapace. I don't expect the same build 2 games in a row, not at all. I expect something different out of Rogue this time. Like where Shin, he was just trying to drone. He was just trying to play standard back. Just taking up, getting into a lair, getting into +1 range, getting to road speed. Shin, he just wanted to play some StarCraft. And again, especially in ZVZ, I mean, in all mirror matchups in a way, like scouting is paramount. In ZVZ, at any moment, a player can cut workers and commit to an all-in. Even seeing workers at the third base isn't a tell, because they could be fake, they could just be transferred. So we have our third base on the way for Shin, for Rogue as well. I should also emphasize welcome one and all to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is one of the smaller maps in the map pool, very short rush distance by ground. We see a lot of all-ins, a lot of committed play on Ultra Love. So we expect aggression from one of our players. There we go, Baliness on the way for Shin. This time, Baliness on the way for Rogue at a standard timing. So far, mirrored builds. So far, everyone's playing the same. No one deviates, not yet. From here, we should be droning. We should be making a handful of lings. There we go, 6 lings for Shin, 8 lings for Rogue. Nothing crazy. This should be for some early game pressure. And from here, we should just be droning and getting into roaches. Into roach versus roach. That's how a standard game would play out. But we'll keep an eye on our players. Ooh, okay, Evo Chamber first here for Shin. Does go for a faster Evo Chamber. Roach Warren now on the way, behind the natural. And we'll see if Shin goes into Carapace. Curious. If we see Carapace, then we might see Shin go for a similar build that we saw previously from Rogue. Evo Chamber is done. Ooh, +1 range. Link does get a full scout, sees everything. Confirms the upgrade, confirms the Roach Warren. Rogue is aware. And behind this Rogue, he does cut workers. He's making 20 lings. Oh my god. It's a lot of lings on the way. I see 20 lings behind this. Roach production will soon begin. Rogue is going to commit, and Shin is droning. Shin is droning, Rogue is not. So Rogue, he is committing to another all-in. Bailings, they shouldn't connect. One Bailing gets picked up. Nice control so far to Shin. Trying to bait out that Bailing. Goes further into the bases, confirms no saturation. Oh no! And he does get us around. Does get the Queen. Nice pickup. Queen goes down, but at the same time, Rogi just sends it across the map. Ooh, does not take the Bailing to the face. Oh, Shin does. Rogi defends and Rogi attacks. Shin miscontrol across the map. Takes some Bailings to the face. Roach is getting surrounded. And Rogue, he's popping off. He takes down the army, takes down the roaches, takes down the expansion as well. Shin, he holds onto the natural at least. But the base should fall. The base should fall. Oh, he just goes for the army. Oh my god. He just goes to the surround. Takes out the queens, the roaches, the mass link flood does too much. Remember, Rogue, he was not droning, he was massing up lings for this moment. As it cleans up all the roaches. Who needs roaches? Just make lings. True. I mean, as Rogue, he just keeps link flooding. Where are the Bailings? The Bailings are not ready. They're not going to be ready. Bailings are denied. Likewise, roaches are surrounded. As the hatchery does go down, we have 2 more Bailings on the way. Down to 1, down to 0. Yeah, Bailings are denied, and Shin, he has nothing. He has nothing here. He's being overrun, being overwhelmed. Once again, Shin was droning. You don't drone against Rogue. GG gets called. And Rogue will take the series 2-0 real fast and real quick and advance on and qualify for GSL Group Stage 2. GG. GG, well played. Rogue all-inning twice in a row. Different all-ins. Here he just committed to a mass link flood, cutting workers at 34. Shin was droning. Shin was droning. Shin was investing into upgrades. Shin was once again building up towards a later timing attack. And Rogue was able to strike first. What's important though before that was the Link Bane, right? The Link Bane aggression between the two players. Shin did take some massive Baneling connections to the face. Rogue didn't. Rogue, he was able to out-control Shin, able to avoid those Banelings, get across the map, get those surrounds going. And Shin, he did stumble there in that moment. Again, it was hyper aggressive, very intense. One bad step, one wrong move, and it will cost you everything. Shin lost his army and then got surrounded. Then got surrounded from there. GG, well played. Congratulations to Rogue as he does claim the series. And now we have 1 series remaining. So right now we have 3 players confirmed for for the Group Stage 2. We have Hero, Maru, and Rogue. one Protoss, one Zerg, one Terran. They're all advancing on into Group Stage 2, past Group Stage 1. They're being seeded further into the tournament. And now we have one series remaining, one spot left. Up next is going to be Shin, as he has another chance. Shin, he has another chance here as he's going up against Classic in APVZ. Let's go. Again, the final series of this broadcast. Whew, oh my god. Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit thankful that that was a really fast ZVZ. We've had some long matches. We've had some really long matches here tonight. And I was a little bit concerned we were going to go over time, but Rogue and Shin, they got us. They got us. We're all good. As we're getting to that final best of 3. For those that are curious, DreamHack Dallas is in, let's see, 2 hours. In 2 hours time. Whew. So we have one series left, and then bam, we're going to be covering DreamHack Dallas right after. But here we are spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylines. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg, sorry, the red Zerg, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Twisted, or representing his new team, I should say, Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Do we know where DreamHack is being casted? It's being casted here. We're going to be casting it. But if you mean the mainstream, I'm not too sure. But they should be streaming on maybe EWC. Like there's an EWC Twitch channel. There's a YouTube channel as well. I'm sure we'll find out soon. So there's going to be the mainstream, and then there's going to be the community streams as well. We'll let you know when DreamHack begins. But it should be on both platforms. Here's the mainstream. True. Kappa. Once we, oh my god, as we do open up with a hatch block, let's go. Shin, he does open up with a hatchery across the map, a hatchery back at home. This is not to go for an all-in, this is not a rush, but this is a way to disrupt the build of Classic. If you're familiar with this matchup, you know that pylon blocks are a thing, and Protoss players often force a Zerg player off center or to expand elsewhere. This is a similar thing where Shin is delaying the economy of Classic and forcing out a Zealot. Does force out a Zealot. No shot, Classic! Going for the unnatural natural? Mate, this is a bold move. Oh my god. Okay, Classic. I see you. Mate, what a Chad. So basically, like Shin, he's here to delay the expansion. Classic, no, you're not going to delay anything. What do you mean? I would just expand elsewhere. Does take the unnatural natural. This is often seen against Terran when a Terran player eBay blocks. This is a rare side against Zerg because I do feel like Zerg have a stronger way to punish this. The Overlord does confirm. Shin, he confirms the expansion. Again, there's going to be a much more vulnerable position here, and we'll see if Shin does attempt to punish this. He might not. He might just drone and just take a third base and play standard. We'll see. Classic is setting up. There we go. Stargate open out of Classic. Shin behind this takes a third base. For now, just droning, saturating, getting a link speed. He pulls out of gas. So far, everything's looking normal. Everything is looking as it should. And that's going to be moving out. This will force out some links from Shin. Classic does threaten a dive. Does threaten a dive. Going to be threatening a shade as well. So far, Shin is keeping up. Shin so far still just droning, still just saturating. Again, no major signs of aggression. It's going to be up to Shin to keep up with the oracles. As Classic does race back home. From here, his third base is going to be very secure, actually. Very secure third base. There's no way to punish this expansion, at least. So Classic does move out. Shin building up his spores. And getting in position. Twilight Council on the way for a Classic. We do expect to see a Forge momentarily. This could be Glaive Adepts here from Classic, but again, we'll see. He's often quite fond of going into earlier Blink with a later Forge. Gateways are being thrown down, getting up to a 4-gate setup. It's a lot of gateways. And without a Forge, this is looking more like Glaives. More like Glaive Adepts instead. So show us what you got. Twilight Council is done. As Oracles, they get into the main. Yep, and there it is. Glaives are on the way. No Forge. A 4-gate setup, 4-gate Adepts. At the same time, Lings, they do hit the mineral line, but the last shield battery is done. And 4 drones go down across the map. A nice run by here by Classic. And Shin, I'm a little bit concerned. Do you see what I see? Evo Chamber. This typically means +1 melee. If we're going into melee, that means there's a high chance that there's going to be no Roach Warren. Yep, melee's on the way. No Roach Warren, not yet. Which means no roaches. Which means Glaive Adepts, they're going to have a field day. This is dangerous for Shin. Adepts are going to be amassing. There's no Roach Warren. There's no Baneliness either. One or the other, they both work. Oh, Lings didn't notice. Did he see the Adepts? I don't think he did. They were a little bit too far back. Adepts are still massing up. Stace is going up. Shin, he now throws down a Roach Warren, but this is a late Warren. Yeah, 540 Roach Warren out of Shin. Ay, ay, ay. Here come the Adepts. Now, pure Ling Queen, especially if you have enough Lings, this can still defend, right? You can still get a surround on Adepts. You can still shut them down. It's not going to be easy, but it's possible. Alright, so here we go. Adepts, they do shade across the map. Now, as a reminder, this is not an all-in out of Classic. Classic, he's still macroing behind this, but this is very committed. The problem with this, if this doesn't get damage, is Blink is late, right? You're delaying Blink and you're delaying +1. Like, your upgrade's going to be delayed here in favor of Glaive Adepts, so this has to get damage done. Does shade across. Does hug the wall. Lings, they cannot surround, but they're queens. That's a lot of Lings. They are being denied. Adepts, they head into the mineral line. They cancel the shade. 1, 2 drone kills. 2 drones so far. They deny mining. More Adepts have arrived. Lings, they get a nice surround. Not bad. They surround some of the Adepts. And the others, they shade in. But Roaches are here, and he forces the recall. Shin defends. Shin defends. Shin, he holds on. How much did he lose? He lost 7 drones. That's a decent amount of workers going down, but for 9 Adepts, that's a better trade for Shin. Shin, he defends well. He defends well. He shuts down the Adepts, and now Roaches have arrived, and now Classic is in a rough position. Now, thankfully, he does save some Adepts. He did recall back home, so he's safe. He's safe back at home. He should not be broken. Oh. As Oracles, they get 2 drones. But now Shin, he can saturate, he can macro, he can build up. There's a fake move out here, a fake out by Shin. Lings, they do threaten a dive. But Classic's ready. Classic is ready. Blink is almost done. Storm is on the way. And the game continues. From here, Classic just building up towards a gateway composition with Storm as support. Meanwhile, Shin taking up into an infestation pit into Lurker Tech. So Hydra's then working towards Lurkers. Yo, we have Tunneling Claws on the way. Okay. Shin getting creative. We're gonna find some kind of use for those Roaches. As Roaches, they don't really scale too well into a longer game, so we want to get rid of them the best way you can. Things nice around. They can force a cancel. Yeah, especially with +1 melee. The base is going to be denied. Storm is not ready, and Link to get the hell out of there. Nice run by there by Shin. Tunneling Claw still not done. Roaches are still getting ready. And here comes out Lurker 10. Now, there is a window in time here. We speak about this all the time. There's a small window where Classic can try to break Shin before Lurker Tech. Because with this many storms, with this kind of army, like Shin, his army's just gonna crumble. But Classic is still building up. He's defending back at home. He's being more defensive instead. We see why. Skytoss. Fleet Beacon, Stargate. Classic is just taking up into Skytoss. He's turtling. He's turtling up instead. And hope you're ready to embrace a long game. We're gonna be here for a while, Pappy. Okay. Let's go. So Shin taking up into Hive. Roaches, they're burrowing in. But there's a cannon. Yeah, there's a cannon in position. Roaches, they get spotted. There's a defensive warp in. As Lings, they come in for the surround. And they cannot touch the High Templar. Very nice storms. High Templar survive. And Roaches are being cleaned up. Nice event so far here from Classic. Shin, he
taking damage. Terrible damage.
God damn it, Shin. But Shin, he does get into the main. He does not scout the main. Oh, sorry, he does. He does get eyes on the Skytoss.
Stay cool.
He does get eyes on the Skytoss. He's staying cool. Ah, thank you, Diva. every time. God damn it, Shin. Shin is being active. He does get on top of the base. The fourth base is going to be denied. Oh, getting on top of the High Templar. He's trying to. Does force a cancel. Does get a kill, actually. Not bad. Kills the base. Alas, Tempest have arrived. We'll have brutal storms. And Shin has to get the hell out of here. Tempest is getting free damage on the lurkers. Lurker goes down. Another one is all massive pickoffs. Getting 1, 2, 3 lurkers. And Shin has to get out of here. Oh my god, another brutal storm. And he will lose everything. Every lurker goes down. He cannot fight this army head on at the same time, going for a massive counterattack though. There's a recall. Classic does recall in time. Cannons are buying time for his recall. Tempest have arrived. Oh, another storm. And Classic holds. Classic, he defends both outside of his natural and his fourth base. Nice defense by Classic. Shin backing off. I mean, that was a hefty loss for Shin. Bleeding out a lot of Hydras, a lot of lurkers. Does have to retreat. And now taking up into Aspire into Corruptor Tech. So building up into a longer game. Currently, I do favor Classic. Classic has a superior army. Going into Skytoss Tempest Storm, it's still getting there when it comes to the overall composition. He's still building up and making more Immortals, getting more Tempest. But Classic refining his army. Shin, he's still getting there. Right now, he's still stuck on Hydra Lurker. It's a very flexible army, but so far, Classic is keeping up. Oh! Nice storm on the Lings. Takes down 2 more Lurkers. Once again, expensive losses here for Shin. Shin pulling away. On the one hand, Shin, he is making Corruptors, but these are going to be 0-0 Corruptors. The upgrades are not there yet. He actually doesn't start an upgrade. So the Corruptors are going to be a little bit lacking. Shin, he's Classic maxed out. Now he's pushing. Stellar Rumbite does distract. Classic now moving in. The Mothership also on the way. And Shin not quite in position. The base is getting low. The expansion, it's going to go down. Storm on the Lurker. Hatchery falls. Hatchery does fall. Storm likewise covers a retreat. Shin going for the dive. He commits. It does commit in. And there's no more storms. Yeah, no storms left for Classic. Best fight that maybe Shin can hope for. Takes down the Tempest. And Classic has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Mothership goes down. Again, not enough storms. Just barely didn't have enough. I mean, nice kiting here. Oh. Classic kites back. He bleeds out another Tempest. And Shin skyrockets ahead in supply. Takes down every single Tempest. May have lost the base, but he can afford it. He can afford to lose an expansion. Shin, he's maxing out. He's pushing out here and now. He has to end the game before Classic can remax. He has to send it. Send it back. There's only one Tempest, and there's not enough storms. He needs a little bit more time to go to the first storm. Tempest is going to go down. Lings are coming in. Nice storm on the Lings. Oh my god. Oh my god. The Lings, they get shut down. The storms are too much. And again, this is what we needed earlier. We needed like even 3 more storms in that previous fight. As Classic, he would completely shut Shin down. The base is getting low. Oh, can he get it? He barely can. Just barely. As now it's Shin's turn to plummet in supply, but he does get the expansion. Whew. We're getting messy. Getting very messy. As Shin took almost every storm to the face. Classic is back in this. 92 probes, long distance mining. As he double expands. Shin, he already burned through his bank. So he has no bank. Building up more lurkers. Remember, these are still 1-0 corruptors. Not ideal. Shin is trying to rebuild. Trying to build back up. No spellcasters either. I mean, he doesn't really have the money for it. He has no gas. And I worry here for Shin. Classic, he has the greater army, the better economy as well. Once his bases kick in, he's going to be able to max out. And Shin's not keeping up. Like, this army just doesn't scale well. I mean, Shin, he was meant to end the game earlier. Like, the game was supposed to end with that push, and it didn't. Now, if he can bait out the storms early, then sure. He can pull this off. There's 8 High Templar. Sorry, did I say 8? 10? Okay, still 8. 8 High Templar. It's going to be at least 8 storms. At least. So I'll say the northern base. Both armies are maxing out. But one army is not quite like the other. Again, the strength of the Zerg is that they can remax, is that they can rebuild. And remax that much faster. But Shin does not have a bank. That's the problem here. He doesn't have a bank. He can't remax. Classic moving in. Shin trying to pull this around. Let's go. Workers moving forward. Lings, they're coming from behind. They don't get himself with a High Templar. Storms are brutal. And they're seeing engage here from Shin as he's trying to push his way through. Lings are being cleaned up. Tempest, they survive. No more storm, no more High Templar. There's 1 Templar left. But they're coming in. Yeah, more storms are coming in. And Classic, he kites back. He should be able to hold on. We have another storm on the lurkers. Classic, he pulls back to the base, pulls back to the shield batteries. He has another storm. And more storms coming in. No detection. Uh-oh. Lurkers. They're doing well for themselves. They break the base. They deny the expansion. They have to keep going. Getting to the mineral line. As they're denying some mining at least. And again, thankfully, there's no observer. There's no observer. There's no oracle. I say that observer's not coming in. That's what the corruptors are for. He gets 1. He gets 2. Just sniping the observers. Takes down the Tempest. 0 detection. Lurkers, they're getting another base. They're achieving a lot. But he needs more. Unfortunately, the army is massive. The army is insane. That's Classic making non-stop observers. Moving back in. This time, no Overseer. Storms, they pop off, and yeah, it's going to be the final fight for Shin. He will lose everything here. Lurkers are going down. This time, there is detection. Oh, I spoke too soon. Observer goes down. Okay. Snipes the Observer. Oh, the Changelings. But again, Shin is still broke. Does kill 2 bases, was impressive. But GG gets called. He runs out of steam. There's nothing left. And Classic, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Classic does take a lead again. We had some messy fights between the players. Some moments where Classic maybe overextended, or maybe was a little bit too cavalier with his storms, but overall he was able to take better fights. There was that one moment where Classic did lose his Skytoss army initially when he was across the map, and that was the one moment where Shin had like a 30 or 40 supply lead. Like, that was his time to shine. But if you remember, the reinforcements were good enough for Classic. He had plenty of storms, and he shut down the counterattack. He killed so many Lings, and yeah, Shin, he lost momentum there. He was pretty all in. Like, he just didn't have a bank. He didn't have an economy. He could not keep up. Not with Classic. Not in a longer game. With that, GG well played. With that, Classic takes a lead, and now we're jumping into game number 2. We'll see if Shin can force the ace match. We'll see if Classic can take it from here. As a reminder, this is a best of 3. Best of 3. Our Protoss only needs one more game here to close it out. Meanwhile, the pressure is on our Zerg, as spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. Down in the series, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Virtus Pro. One game away from making it through and being seeded into the next round, into Group Stage 2. It is Classic. Here we go. As Classic, he does not get there in time. We did have a 15 hatch here from Shin, so it does expand, doesn't get delayed. Likewise, Classic also isn't going to be delayed either. As a reminder, last game, Shin, he did hatch block his opponent to force an awkward start, but if you remember, Shin had no follow-up. He couldn't really, he didn't try to punish Classic. So Classic, he was able to just build up anyway. Didn't matter that his base was in a weird position. Able to embrace that Skytoss. As a reminder, Classic did play Glaive Adepts last game, true, and he was able to trade relatively well for himself. I don't expect to see Glaives again. This isn't a bad map for it. You know, welcome to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is a smaller map compared to ley lines. Shorter rush distance by ground. We see a lot of all-ins on Ultra Love. We've seen already a lot of all-ins tonight in this broadcast on Ultra Love as well. Regardless of matchup. So we expect aggression from one of our players. Maybe even both. And again, as a reminder, both Shin and Classic are already qualified for GSL. This is just to skip the first round, to skip Group Stage 1 and to go straight into Group Stage 2. This is a seeding match. And ideally, you do want to skip around in GSL. Like, you skip an entire group, an entire GSL group? That's crazy. And so now we are setting up. There we go, Stargate opener for Classic. Going for a standard opener himself. Shin likewise going for his third base, droning up, saturating. So far, so good. So far, so good. So now our player is just going to be settling in. From here, we're expecting Classic to expand, get a third base, throw down his Twilight Council. If you remember, again, last game, we saw a third base into an early Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts from Classic. I don't expect to see that again. Typically, you don't want to rely on that twice in a row. I say that Creator did, if you remember. Earlier today, Creator did go Glaives twice in a row in his series. Did not work well the second time. As Classic does expand, expanding away from Shin. Okay. Does expand away from the Zerg. Gateways are being thrown down. And there is that Twilight Council. Now, so far, we do have extra gateways on the way. That's going to be a 4-gate setup. I just said that I don't expect to see glaives twice in a row. Hello, Classic. Where's the forge? Where is the forge? If there's no forge, glaives. Stays into the main. Does get one drone. Meanwhile, drone's going to be going down here on the left-hand side. Yeah, no forge. Does look like glaive depths here from a Classic. Lings, they do hit the third base. They get a decent round of 1 adept. Oh, never mind. Nice positioning here from Classic. Does pull away. Warping in more adepts. He will clean up. He will defend. And there it is. There's the forge. Okay, that's what we're waiting for. Forge on the way. This should be Blink. Oh, never mind. Okay, we're still committing into glaives. But this is an early forge here from our Protoss player. Checking the vision of Shin. Shin, he hasn't seen anything yet, but this is a more interesting setup. This is a faster transition out of this in a +1. +1 doesn't really benefit glaive adepts. Now, to be fair, this might just be because the Classic was distracted by the Ling run by, so glaives was delayed. But regardless, is massing up. Now, this time, Shin, he will have roaches. Roach Warren is on the way. Almost complete. Shin, he has yet to scout with the Overlord. He has yet to fully understand what's going on. Again, really fast +1 compared to last game, or compared to a typical glaive adept build. Interesting. Stasis once again, and then gets one drone. Nice reaction there by Shin. Does pull away in time. Adepts are moving out. How many adepts do we have? So far, 15. Jesus, 15 adepts here from Classic. Meanwhile, instantly Blink begins once Glaives is done. So Classic rushing into Blink. Into +1 Blink Stalkers, of course. So far, nice SimCity here by Shin. Does wall up, does wall up. Classic trying to break through that wall. Does attempt to and will. That's a kill, not a cancel on the Evo chamber. Breaks down the front door, shades into the main. And he does commit. Oh, drones, the late reaction. Yeah, 4 or 5 workers going down already. Ay, ay, ay. Late reaction out of Shin. Queen gets hearted as well. Getting up to 6. More adepts shading in towards a third. As he shades into the mineral line once again into the natural. Getting up to 8 drones. And he's still not done. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of control. 15 drones! And we're not done. We're nowhere near. Can we get up to 20? 25? So far, 21 workers going down. Adepts are still wreaking havoc. There's more adepts shading into the bases. And Shin, he's being pulled apart. He's being torn apart here. 21 drone kills. And he's not done. Are we getting up to 25? 23? 23 drones. And finally, Shin survives. He defends. He holds on. But that was brutal damage. That is game-ending damage. Shin, he's going for the all-in. He's going for an all-in. What are we seeing? Overlord speed. You would never see Overlord speed this early on unless we're going for Drop Lords. Here we go. The German taxi's upon us. But this is a really late, and this is like a forced German taxi. This was never the plan. This was never the idea. This was not the initial plan here for Shin. But he has to do whatever he can. So here we go. Queens are loading up. And it's all or nothing for Shin. Now Shin, he has 23 roaches, he has 3 queens. The oracles confirm this. Back at home, what do we have to defend? Remember, we have early +1. We have plenty of Blink Stalkers. Storm is only halfway done though. Storm is not ready. And here comes Shin. And can he break Classic before Storm finishes? As a High Templar, they do nothing. Roaches, they're collapsing in. They're going for the High Templar. Oh, can he get him? He gets 1. Gets 1 and he gets 2. Both High Templar get sniped. Storm is done in 10 seconds, but there are no Templar left. Yeah, 0 Templar remaining. Yeah, it's all or nothing for Shin. Gets into the mineral line. Boys are being pulled. Storm is done, but nothing to take advantage of that. Nothing for the Storms. So far, I mean, we're running out of roaches. Yeah, we're running out of roaches even without Storm. Shin, he's running out of steam. About to get surrounded. Warpins are finishing, and Classic holds. Classic, he holds on. There's just not enough here. Nice bile. Lings are trickling in, but Shin just doesn't have enough. There's what, 4 roaches left? Down to 3. Sorry, down to 2. And GG gets called. Shin, he runs out of steam even without Storm, even with sniping the High Templar. It's not enough, and Classic will take the series 2-0, advancing on into Group Stage 2. GG. GG, well played. On the one hand, it was an impressive all-in there by Shin, but as we mentioned, it was a forced all-in. Like, it wasn't the initial plan. He wasn't building up to it initially, so it was a bit of an awkward all-in there by Shin. Sure, he was able to take down the High Templar, but he just didn't have the numbers, didn't have the supply he needed to break the third base. On top of that, there were plenty of Blink Stalkers, with upgrades as well. Remember, the Fast +1 was a factor there, alongside Blink finishing up as well, and Classic was able to completely shut down that all-in, and he was able to wreak havoc with the Adepts. GG. Just claim it up 2 games in a row. Why not, Pappy? Why not? Go for it. Send it. GG. Congratulations, Classic. He does advance on into Group Stage 2. And with that, that was our final series of the broadcast. We wrapped up just before DreamHack Dallas. We made it, Pappy. We made it. Aye, aye, aye. We do get to see more shit. True, true. Here we go. Why are Adepts so OP? Unfortunately, that was on Shin. Like, unfortunately, Shin, his reactions to the Adepts Shades were very delayed, so he was very late when it came to pulling away workers. He lost a lot of drones early on. A lot of workers. Here we go. As from here, we're catching up on our matches. Well played by Classic. Yeah, played well. Did play well for himself. And again, Shin, he's still in GSL, so regardless, we're going to be seeing more Shin. We're going to be seeing more Shin anyway. Here we have our matches we wrapped up today. We had a Creator and GuMiho. Creator took down Solar 2-1. GuMiho took down Solar 2-1 as well, and they both qualified for GSL. Those were the first 2 matches, and then the following 4 matches were all seeding matches. Hero, he takes down Maru 2-1. Maru takes down GuMiho 2-0. So both Hero and Maru are both going to be skipping Group Stage 1, going straight into Group Stage 2. Meanwhile, Rogue takes down Shin 2-0, and Classic takes down Shin 2-0 as well. Shin having a hard time here in these seeding matches. Rogue and Classic going to also be seeded directly into Group Stage 2 as well. But again, even though GuMiho and Shin lost these matches, don't worry, don't fret, they're still going to be in GSL. They're still in GSL, they're still there. Meanwhile, tomorrow we're going to be live with the final set of qualifying matches. Bam! You can see the schedule here for you here and now. As you can see, our schedule is very full, very much so full of GSL. Again, we are live every single day, multiple times a day as well. We just wrapped up with our evening Friday cast, and you can see in 24 hours, or now less than 24 hours, we're going to be casting part 3, the final qualifying matches in GSL. We're going to be featuring, who are we going to be featuring? Let me just double check. We're going to be featuring Zaun, SOS, Solar, alongside Björn, Percival, and Bunny. So we're going to be featuring those players tomorrow. That's going to be, again, in 24 hours or just under 24 hours time. Those are going to be the final qualifying matches for GSL Season 2. But what's happening before that, you can see there, written down, DreamHack Dallas. DreamHack Dallas is also around the corner, and we do have approval to cast it here on the channel. We are going to be casting Day 1, Day 2, and Day 3. Day 3, we're going to be co-streaming. Co-streaming is like a viewer party. We have permission to restream the event and restream it on the channel and talk over it and discuss it. But for Day 1 and most likely Day 2 as well, we are going to be a side stream. We're going to be a community stream. We're going to be covering the open stage. Now, something that I haven't done, as DreamHack is in an hour. Jesus, only 1 hour away. I have very little time to prepare, but I actually haven't looked at the brackets, so let's have a look together here. Jesus. Do we have... Ooh, okay. We can have a look together. Un momento. Bam, we have the technology. Okay, so I'll give you a link in the chat as well. I'll give you guys a link so you can have a look together. Bam. So on Wikipedia, they have updated the bracket. This is bracket A. So for GMAC Dallas, the open stage is broken up into 4 groups. You can see here bracket A, B, C, and D. So 4 massive groups or massive brackets are going to be available, and we are going to pick and choose what to cast. Let's have a look here. We have Maru. Maru is in bracket A. We have Maru alongside Honmono, Hearthstone, Creator, Patches, Shin. Like awesome sources there. Let's go. Showtime is there, Skillus, Future, Lunacy, Cure, Sasori, and some other more amateur players from, that are local to the NA region. Other players are traveling. So pretty intense group here. Of course, Maru's a fan favorite. Homeowner versus Hearthstone is going to be a lot of fun. That's a clown fiesta right there, I'll be honest. That's going to be some crazy builds, some crazy setups. There is a potential for Creator versus Shin. That would be a fun PvZ. Scrolling down, we have the potential for Showtime versus Skillus in the PvP. Winner moving on to face off against most likely Cure. Cure is the beast here. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to the potential Cure versus Showtime. If you remember, Cure, he's reinvented his TVP as of late. He's been hyper aggressive and hyper all-in, and he's been just insane when it comes to just pure non-stop, like 2 base all-ins, 3 base all-ins, even 1 base all-ins at times. Cure's been relying on aggressive play as of late and has been very successful with it. And who better to test that aggression than Showtime? Right, Showtime, the wall himself, Damala. So the most defensive Protoss up against one of the more aggressive, or if not the most aggressive Terran right now. That would be a really fun TVP. So we have potential for that. Meanwhile, we have, again, Creator, Shin, and Maru up here. Something that I do want to double check though, 1 hour. I very quickly want to double check the schedule here. So this is meant to start in 1 hour's time. Bracket B is meant to start in 3 hours time. Okay, so bracket B is meant to start after bracket A. Okay, I wasn't sure if they were going to start at the same time. So we have bracket B, that's meant to start later. Bracket C tomorrow. Oh, okay. So A and B are today. Looks like C and D are going to be tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was gonna be all at once. I was really scared that we're gonna do everything at once. So B and C, sorry, C and D are tomorrow. A and B are today. Okay. Good to know. Now we can take our time. Bracket B. What do we have here? We do have Hero. We have Hero here in bracket B. We have my boy Dolan. We have to cast Dolan. We have to cast Dolan versus Jumi, 100%. Dolan versus Jumi in the first round. We have a Hero Marine versus Astra. Astra is going to be traveling. Big fan of Astra. Best of luck, as we have some European on European action. We have Zaun down here, Rogue as well. Mana has been on fire. Unironically, like Mana versus Rogue would be a lot of fun. Like Mana has been looking like a beast as of late. Like Mana's crazy good. Geralt, Foxer, Raynor down here as well. Interesting group, not going to lie. Okay. How many make it through the group stage? I think it's 2. Yeah, top 2. You can see up here. Actually, you can't quite see it on the bracket itself. But 1 player from the upper half of the bracket and the second player from the lower half of the bracket. It's double elimination. 2 players make it through each bracket. Interesting. So it's gonna be like the big contender is gonna be Hero, Gabe, Zaun, Rogue, Raynor. Only 2 of all these players. Only 2 make it through. That's crazy. Only 2 players. Like very cutthroat. When we do get up to Group B, not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna cast Dolan versus Jumi. Like, for those who don't know, Dolan's a he's an ex-CranKy Duckling. He's one of our own. He's one of our own boys. He's one of my hijitos, near and dear to our hearts. So I do want to cover some Dolan if possible. As a reminder, we're going to be a community stream. What that means, the mainstream has priority. If the mainstream shows up and they're like, yo, we want to cast Dolan and Jumi, we have to be okay. Like okay, we got to cast something else. So mainstream will have priority. So we don't get first pick. Bracket C, what do we have? We have Clement. We have Clem, Mixu, Percival, Bunny, Zane is here, Estrella, Classic, Jay, Lambo, SOS, Zugelang. Zugelang is traveling. Oh, let's go. I didn't know. Zugelang's going to be there. Björn as well. Interesting. This group looks a little bit less intense, I'll be honest. I think Clem is like the clear favorite here. And there are definitely some strong players. Honestly, I'm really excited to see Estrella. I said this before, Estrella, he's the only player when it comes to the top players that is teamless. Like Showtime just joined the team, Creator just joined the team, like GuMiho just joined the team. Everyone has been joining teams. Estrella so far is the only big name that is teamless. I feel like right now a lot is riding on his tournament run. Like he has to perform well here to have a chance at EWC and to be supported by a team as well. So I really do want Estrella to do well. And I think he has potential. Estrella, if you've been watching recently, he recently beat Cure alongside Byun. And there's another Terran that he beats. Who else? It might have been a European. But Estrella, his PVT is looking really good right now. Like it's straight up his best matchup. His best matchup is PVT. So I do like him. I think I favor Estrella versus Bunny. Like if Estrella can beat Byun and Cure, he can beat Bunny as well. So this bodes well for him. Clem obviously is going to be a beast and going to be a tough one to bring down. But yeah, actually, but Byun is here too. Estrella relying on PVT, he can make it out of the group if he can avoid Classic. That's a dangerous one here. Classic is going to be definitely a big threat to Estrella, and of course Clem as well. But I actually like Estrella's chances against both Bun and God damn it, against Bunny and Byun. Do like his chances. But best of luck. Heading on over here, we have Group D. We have Group D. We have several. Oh, true, several. We have several here. TLO is coming down from Canada. Love to see it. We have Epic. We have Trigger. Trigger is here. Let's go. Spirit, Solar. We have Warren. We have Ryung, a Laser, Riser. GuMiho is in this group. Okay. GuMiho as well. This group is actually pretty intense. It's hard to call. Like who to cover, I mean, who to cast. But I want to be there for Trigger at least. I want to be there for Trigger. I want to be there for Ryung as well. True. Got to be there for the Tuna. I think GuMiho has a really strong chance at making it through here. I think the favorites are Serral and GuMiho, but I wish the best to like Trigger and Spirit and Solar and Ryung and everyone else. Here we go. Here versus Ray to rematch. We could see that. We could see that. True, true. But again, link in the chat. So thankfully now we have a better idea what's going on. So again, C and D, the bracket C and D are going to be tomorrow. So today is going to be A and B instead. So we have a little bit more structure when it comes to what the broadcast is going to be looking like. So if we had to pick a starting match, Future versus who do I want to land on? Who do I want to follow? I mean, Homeowner versus Hearthstone does look like a little fun. But if we cover this series, we're gonna have some downtime because we have to wait for these upper matches to complete. Shin versus Creator looks like fun. I do kind of want to cast Future, but do I want to feature like a TVT or a TVP? Hard to say. I'm a little bit torn. I'm tentatively going for Homeowner versus Hearthstone, but remember, mainstream have priority, so they get to pick and choose when it comes to what they want to start with. And they're probably going to go for Homeowner and Hearthstone, to be honest. We'll see. But regardless, the event is going to start in an hour, so the stream is going to go down. I'm going to go and quickly get something to eat, and I have to set up all the overlays as well and get everything looking good and ready. I can't be chained up for DreamHack. This is this is for GSL, so I have to get all the overlays ready and set up for the cast and set up for 12 hours of DreamHack Dallas. Let's go. Again, Group A and B is going to be here on the channel. We're going to be live here on the channel in an hour's time. So yeah, consider following so you can know when we go live. Likewise, follow us on YouTube as well. !socials in the chat. We are live on the channel every single day. We are live more often than anywhere else out there. We cast more than Wardy. We cast more than Steadfast. We cast more than anyone else. All the content is here on the channel. We have the quantity and we have a little bit of the quality as well. A little bit, Pappy, a little bit. So yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Again, it's going to be a very busy weekend with DreamHack Dallas and with all the GSL coverage as well. So we got you covered there. Likewise, check out the mainstream. I don't know what's going to be live or who's going to be covering the mainstream. I know that Pig is going to be there. I'm pretty sure Pig and Zombie Grub. Maybe Wardy as well. I think they've got you covered on the mainstream. Rotterdam, I think it's going to be a remote cast from my understanding. I know that Fear Dragon Ravi is going to be interviewing live at the venue. He's going to be there in the player pit, talking to players and talking to community members. So really cool to see Fear Dragon. He's going to be a part of the broadcast in some way. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Again, follow us. The stream is going to go down and we're going to be live again in an hour, in an hour's time. And I do need that time to get up, to get ready. To get ready, baby. And Loco, no, Roddy. Oh, there you go. There you go. Remote cast, what I was told. Yeah, I was notified that as well. Remote cast. Which is both good and bad in a sense. I mean, it does bring a little bit less to the venue itself. I'm sure people that are going to the venue are going to be a little bit upset because they ideally want to, you know, meet some of the casters and other talents as well. But it does mean that it makes it a little bit easier for, I don't know, say like Pig to cast or something, right? And for some of these other more international people to get involved. But regardless. Oh, there you go. There you go. Oh, este pecoeta. Calm down, papi. Calm down. Este pecoeta. But yes, from here we're going to be wrapping up, and we'll see you guys in an hour's time. So thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you guys later on tonight for a full day of casting, or we'll see you tomorrow. Like, if you have to go to bed, if you have to head off, then we'll see you tomorrow for some more GSL and some more DreamHack alongside it. It's going to be an intense weekend. Take care, everyone. Take care of yourselves. Have a great time watching StarCraft and enjoying, you know, the rest of the event, cheering for your players. Best of luck. Take care. Until next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. Until next time.